that the research at the
Сейчас еще
Center for
раз.
Social
Раз, два, три,
Development
раз.
at the Brown School contributed.
Раз. Раз. 5-6 секунд.
Greetings, my name is Dorian Traub, and I have the great honor of serving as the Dean of the Brown School at Washington University in St. Louis.
Раз, два, три. 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 Разъем, да? Раз.
Greetings, my name is Dorian Traub, and I have the great honor of serving as the Dean of the Brown School at Washington University in St. Louis. The Brown School is honored to be a co-organizer of the important symposium on the National Children's Fund in Kazakhstan. I know that experts from around the world will join in these discussions in Astana, and I wish my schedule allowed me to be with you. I congratulate my colleagues Michael Sharadin, Jin Huang, Atakin Husanili, Lissa Johnson, Li Zhu, and Chris Leiker for their contributions. We are very pleased to partner with MNU and look forward to building on this relationship for even greater impact together in the years to come. I am honored that the research at the Center for Social Development at the Brown School contributed to the National Fund for Children policy in Kazakhstan. This is a vision policy for developing all children. The work that you are doing together lays a blueprint for what it looks like to take a nation's natural resources and use them for investment in your most important resource, your children. I am confident that the conversations you are having will have a tremendous impact on Kazakhstan's 7 million children. The transformative potential of your work is amazing, especially as others around the world may be inspired to follow your wise example. I send my best wishes for a very successful symposium. Greetings, my name is Dorian Traub, and I have the great honor of serving as the Dean of the Brown School at Washington University in St. Louis. Greetings, my name is Dorian Traub, and I have the great honor of serving as the Dean of the Brown School at Washington University in St. Louis. The Brown School is honored to be a co-organizer of the important symposium on the National Children's Fund in Kazakhstan. I know that experts from around the world will join in these
Раз, раз. Раз. Раз, раз, раз. Раз, раз.
Dear colleagues, friends, students, and guests, good morning, everyone. We are gathered here today to participate in the symposium titled The National Fund for Children in Kazakhstan, Policy Innovation and Potential for Global Impact. We are very delighted to see you all today, both of our distinguished speakers, participants, members of government, members of parliaments, representing different parts of the world and government agencies. This event is a direct result of a fruitful collaboration with our esteemed colleagues and friends from United States, Washington University in St. Louis. We are very grateful for our partners on this particular collaboration and discussion on such important thing as National Fund for Children of Kazakhstan initiative today. We're especially grateful for this truly important initiative which aligns perfectly with broader philosophy, mission, and values of MNU to serve our nation by providing high quality and affordable education alongside with cutting-edge, practice-oriented research. So today we are set to discuss various facets of child development account or CDA policy, examining special national models and strategies. We delighted by the broad geographical representation among our distinguished speakers, proudly representing Kazakhstan, Singapore, China, the United States, Azerbaijan, Korea, and Mongolia. And now, may I please invite the chairman of the board of Maksut Narikbayev University, Mr. Talgat Narikbayev, to offer his opening remarks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, dear colleagues and students. It is a great pleasure to welcome all of you to Maksut Narikbayev University for the International Symposium on Investment for Human Development, organized together with Washington University in St. Louis. We are especially pleased to see our guests who have traveled from across continents to be with us today, to share their experience and exchange visions for the future. The concept of the National Fund for Children in Kazakhstan represents a forward-looking approach to building human capital and promoting social inclusion. It is inspiring to see how this initiative has attracted international interest and created a platform for dialogue among policymakers, scholars, and practitioners. Universities are the natural home for such conversations. They connect evidence with vision and bring together those who can translate knowledge into progress. At Maksut Narikbayev University, we believe that fostering human potential is the foundation of every nation's prosperity. I wish all engaging and insightful discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. MNU was always a big partner of our governments, presenting different ideas and working all together to implement it. So on behalf of the Ministry of Education's Committee on Children's Rights Protection, I would love to invite to the stage Ms. Nasımjan Ospanova, who is the chair of this committee.
Это включено? Құрметті кездесу қатысушылар, әріптестер, Қазақстан Республикасы оқу ағарту министрлігінің атынан сіздерге өз құрметімізді білдіре отырып, осындай маңызды кездесуге қатысу мүмкіндігі үшін шынайы алғымызды білдіреміз. Баланың әл-ауқатын қамтамасыз ету барлық елдердің мемлекеттік саясатының ең маңызды және басым бағыттарының бірі. Конвенция бойынша қабылданған міндеттемелер шеңберінде Қазақстан балалардың құқықтары мен заңды мүдделерін қамтамасыз ету, сондай-ақ мемлекеттік және қоғамдық институттармен өзара әрекеттесу арқылы саяси шаралар жүргізіледі. Напомню, что в 2023 году Казахстан ратифицировал факультативный протокол о Конвенции о правах ребенка, касающийся процедуры сообщения. Этот закон создает дополнительную правовую основу для совершенствования механизмов защиты интересов детей. Конвенция ООН о правах ребенка, цели в области устойчивого развития, международные соглашения и стандарты служат основой, важной основой для разработки национальной политики и находят отражение в программных и стратегических документах Казахстана. Совместно с детским фондом ЮНИСЕФ в 2022 году разработан и внедрен национальный мониторинговый механизм положения детей, индекс благополучия. Данные индекса позволяют оценивать соблюдение прав детей во всех сферах и принимать оперативные решения. По итогам 2024 года индекс благополучия детей вырос на 2,5 пункта и составил 58,6 баллов. В рамках поручения главы государства, данное на 4-м заседании Национального Курултая, совместно с уполномоченным по правам ребенка, при участии депутатов парламента и представителей общественности, проведена большая работа по разработке концепции программы, единой программы «Дети Казахстана», объединяющей все меры по обеспечению прав детей. Наряду с этим реализуемая с 2024 года государственная программа «Национальный фонд детям» позволяет обеспечить каждому ребенку равные возможности, создать условия для развития его образовательного, социального и личностного потенциала. Это первый в мире опыт, когда доходы от природных ресурсов направляются на образование и развитие детей. 50% инвестиционного дохода Национального фонда распределяются между всеми детьми в возрасте от 0 до 17 лет. По достижению совершеннолетия средства можно использовать на образование либо на приобретение жилья. Уважаемые коллеги, международный обмен знаниями и практиками способствует поиску новых решений в области образования, воспитания и социальной поддержки детей, а также укреплению глобальных стандартов защиты их прав. Эта площадка предоставляет уникальную возможность для обмена опытом, обсуждения и нахождения лучших практик в обеспечении благополучия наших детей. Желаю нам всем продуктивного и плодотворного общения, новых контактов и ярких впечатлений. Спасибо за внимание.
Көп рахмет, Насымжан ханым. Действительно, это очень важная работа, что проделывает ваш комитет, министерство и в целом государственный аппарат Казахстана, который первый в мире работает над тем, чтобы распределять национальный доход в пользу и в развитии человеческого капитала. Мы очень рады этому стратегическому партнерству и тому, что ваш комитет сегодня представлен на этом симпозиуме. And now let me pass the floor to our colleague who's going to join us online, Professor Vijay Ramani, who is a Vice Provost for Graduate Education and International Affairs, representing Washington University in St. Louis. So, Professor Ramani, the floor is yours.
Honorable Minister of Education, Republic of Kazakhstan, Honorable Chairman of the Board of MNU, distinguished dignitaries and participants in this wonderful symposium on the National Fund for Children in Kazakhstan, focusing on policy innovation and potential for global impacts. A very good morning to all of you. By way of introduction, my name is Vijay Ramani. I'm the Senior Vice Provost for Graduate Education and International Affairs at Washington University in St. Louis. And I'm proud that WashU is one of the Honorable Minister of Education, Republic of Kazakhstan, Honorable Chairman of the Board of MNU, distinguished dignitaries and participants in this wonderful symposium on the National Fund for Children in Kazakhstan, focusing on policy innovation and potential for global impact. A very good morning to all of you. By way of introduction, my name is Vijay Ramani. I'm the Senior Vice Provost for Graduate Education and International Affairs at Washington University in St. Louis. And I'm proud that WashU is one of the sponsors of this wonderful symposium. As I read a little bit about the Child Development Account Policy established by Kazakhstan in 2024, I was struck by the vision and foresight exhibited here in recognizing that we have energy transition taking place over the next few decades and ensuring that the proceeds of the energy markets today are reinvested in the future of Kazakhstan's population to ensure that the transition is as seamless as possible. I think it's a wonderful policy, and it's one that I hope many countries will seek to emulate or perhaps are already emulating. As a administrator and faculty member at WashU, I'm very proud to say that my colleagues at the Center for Social Development in our Brown School have played a good role, a contributory role in the development of Kazakhstan's CDA policy. So Professor Sharadin and his co-workers and colleagues, I think, are experts in this field, and I'm really glad that they have an opportunity to convene with all of you gathered here today to exchange views, to exchange ideas, and to further enhance the impact of what I would call this revolutionary policy. So I was very excited to go through this wonderful program that you have today at the symposium. I noted that in addition to colleagues from WashU, you have many other universities participating, and I do hope that you would have a wonderful time in the exchange of knowledge. I went through the goals of the symposium, and there are 4 of them that were outlined to me. I think the one goal, the final goal that was outlined to me is to build regional leadership and global partnerships. And I think that's one in which my office and my university stands ready to work with colleagues and partners to accomplish. I do want to share just a few thoughts and comments on just WashU's engagement with Kazakhstan and Central Asia more broadly. I should note that many faculty members at WashU have longstanding collaborations in Central Asia. Notably, Professor Michael Fraschetti, who is a professor of archaeology here, has conducted fieldwork in Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan for over a decade. And he focuses on nomadic societies living in the steppe region, mountains and deserts of Central and Eastern Eurasia during the Bronze Age. And I think he's done exceptional work in this field. I should also share that in the past 4 years, WashU faculty have co-authored about 50 papers, publications, archival publications with collaborators from Kazakhstan. We, and again, I'm very proud of this, our office, through our Global Incubator Seed Grants Program, has extended support to an ongoing project on energy transition on child health and development, which is through our WashU School or Center for Social Development. And I should also say that we've been fortunate in the past year to have welcomed delegations from both Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan to our campus. And during the last visit from Kazakhstan, we signed an MOU with a delegation from LN Gumilyov Eurasian National University, who are also partners with us on the seed grant. We have about 10 students from Central Asia at WashU. 6 of them are from Kazakhstan, if my numbers are correct. And I would love to see that number grow significantly. And I would also like to see additional exchange between our community here at WashU and Kazakhstan and Central Asia more broadly. So I know you have a wonderful program ahead of you. I do want to express my sincere gratitude to MNU and all my colleagues there for partnering with us and sort of serving as de facto hosts on the ground. I would also like to thank all of you who have taken time to participate in this symposium. I wish this event all success, and I eagerly look forward to connecting again with my colleagues from the Center for Social Development on their return to learn more about the symposium and potential next steps. Wish you a wonderful day ahead, a very successful symposium, and I will conclude by stating again that it is truly a pleasure for WashU to be involved in this endeavor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Provost Romani. I just want to highlight it's extremely late night in St. Louis now, something around 1 a.m. That's why our next welcoming remark from our colleague, Professor Dorian Traub, who is the Dean of Brown School of Social Work, also from Washington University in St. Louis. It's also pre-recorded video. So please.
Greetings, my name is Dorian Traub, and I have the great honor of serving as the Dean of the Brown School at Washington University in St. Louis. The Brown School is honored to be a co-organizer of the important symposium on the National Children's Fund in Kazakhstan. I know that experts from around the world will join in these discussions in Astana, and I wish my schedule allowed me to be with you. I congratulate my colleagues Michael Sharadin, Jin Huang, Atakin Husanili, Lissa Johnson, Lee Zhu, and Chris Leiker for their contributions. We are very pleased to partner with MNU and look forward to building on this relationship for even greater impact together in the years to come. I am honored that the research at the Center for Social Development at the Brown School contributed to the National Fund for Children policy in Kazakhstan. This is a visionary policy for developing all children. The work that you are doing together lays a blueprint for what it looks like to take a nation's natural resources and use them for investment in your most important resource, your children. I am confident that the conversations you are having will have a tremendous impact on Kazakhstan's 7 million children. The transformative potential of your work is amazing, especially as others around the world may be inspired to follow your wise example. I send my best wishes for a very successful symposium. Greetings, my name.
Thank you. Now let me pass the floor to Dr. Tammy Orahut, who is the Director of Global Programs representing Brown School of Social Work, WashU. Please.
Good morning. That's better. Very honored to be here. I thought Dean Traub would mention that we just celebrated 100 years, our centennial anniversary at the Brown School of Social Work. We are the oldest school of social work in the United States west of the Mississippi River. And we are, for us, that's very old. Thank you. It is worth celebrating that during the past 100 years, the Brown School has played a key role in the creation and development of international social work through research, student training, and partnerships. Research centers, such as the Center for Social Development, which originated at the Brown School, conducts groundbreaking work around the globe through partnerships with universities, such as Maskut Naribayev, right here in Kazakhstan. The Global Programs Office, my office, is delighted to co-sponsor this conference with our colleagues in CSD and to play a small part in helping to support CSD and our partners and to contribute to disseminating this research that we're going to be discussing today. The Global Programs Office at the Brown School, of which I am the director, does not quite have the same 100-year history as the Brown School does, but we've been working tirelessly for 2 decades to support the partners, faculty, staff, and alumni, and students who are at the heart of efforts to improve social and economic well-being among the world's most vulnerable populations and communities. Through groundbreaking faculty research, scholar-practitioner education, enduring partnerships, and strategic policy influence, GPO has helped to shape more just, equitable, and healthy societies around the globe. Since 1949, the Brown School has welcomed 568 alumni from 76 countries, including Kazakhstan, that currently live outside the United States. And in addition, many more international alumni are studying and working within the US. Over the coffee hour, I was talking with 2 of our alum who are here today from Mongolia and Azerbaijan, and we were talking about the role that the Brown School has played in social work and social policy in their home countries. So we support and uplift the vital international social work and social policy, which has been carried forward by a dedicated group of faculty and staff, each leaving an indelible mark on the Brown School's history, including, of course, Dr. Michael Sheridan, who's certainly with us in spirit, if not physically. Dr. Sheridan pioneered the concept of asset planning and brought this concept to countries all over the globe, from St. Louis to Kazakhstan and many more. So if you are interested in learning more about the Brown School's global work, please do come find me today. And I want to thank you for this opportunity to tell you about some of the global work and support we do for the Brown School. I wish all of us a fruitful and collaborative conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Orahut. And now, let me pass the floor to our colleague from China, Dr. Zhang Xun, who is a Deputy Director and Research Fellow at China Population and Development Research Center.
Good morning, everyone. I'm come from China Population and Development Center. It's a rare place to be here in Astana. For this conference, thank you so much to MNU for inviting us to help present my point clearly. I have prepared this presentation with the help of AI. Okay, let's begin.
Excellencies, ministers, honored guests, and esteemed colleagues, good morning. It is my distinct honor to represent the China Population and Development Research Center at this international seminar on investing in children, investing in human resources, hosted by Kazakhstan's Maksud Narikbayev University. I extend my sincere gratitude for the kind invitation. China is home to a substantial child population. Currently, there are 240 million children aged 0 to 15 in the country, guided by a child-centered development strategy. China has made sustained and strategic investments in early development and well-being. By the end of 2023, the gross enrollment rate in preschool education had reached 91%, while the completion rate of the 9-year compulsory education stood at 95%. 7% total public expenditure on compulsory education exceeded 8 trillion Chinese yuan, and the gross enrollment rate in senior secondary education rose to 91.8%. China remains firmly committed to long-term human capital development. In 2024, the gross enrollment rate in higher education surpassed 60%, with annual enrollment reaching 69 million students. The average years of schooling among new entrants to the labor force now exceeds 14 years, and more than 250 million people have received higher education. Looking ahead, China will continue to invest in its people, enhancing scientific, cultural, health, and ethical standards to build a modern, highly skilled workforce capable of supporting national modernization grounded in our large population. Kazakhstan's initiative to establish child development accounts represents a forward-thinking approach to investing in children and nurturing human potential. By strategically converting natural resource advantages into human capital, Kazakhstan offers a model of visionary policy that holds valuable insights for China. The China Population and Development Research Center was established in 1980 with support from the United Nations Population Fund. Over the past 45 years, it has evolved into a national institution dedicated to population and development research. Among our key priorities is the study of child development accounts and evidence-based advocacy for investing in children to improve population quality. I would like to once again thank Maksut Narikbayev University for their gracious hospitality and strong collaboration in organizing this seminar. My appreciation also goes to all the individuals and teams whose efforts made this meaningful dialogue possible. We look forward to productive outcomes from this seminar and to the opportunity of welcoming you in Beijing for further exchanges on the latest advances in child development accounts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zhang. Which AI model you used to? So we should also thank the AI model. Highly likely it is DeepSeek, ChatGPT, or Gemini. Here at MNU, as a proud founding member of League of Academic Integrity, we developed a special guide on ethnic use of AI in education. So it's my very first time to moderate a panel with AI as speaker. Quite unique moment for me. And now let us switch to the second part of the panel. We're gonna have 3 keynote speakers. So let me introduce them, each of them. First, we have Dr. Li Zhou, a professor at Washington University in St. Louis, with a topic on social innovation and global partnership. Then we have Mr. Ashatai Magambetov, who is a member of Majlis of Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan and chairman of the Committee on Social and Cultural Development. Just to highlight, this committee was one of the initiators of this CDA accounts and National Fund for Children initiative. And then we have Dr. Aytakun Hussein Lee, who is also representing Washington University in St. Louis with the title of Sustainable Development Goals, Energy Transition, and CDAs. So let me pass the floor to Dr. Zhou. You have 10 minutes, please.
How does this work? Just use it. Okay, great. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here, and it's a true honor to be here. And before I jump into the presentation, which I will do with my mentor and co-director at the Center for Social Development, Professor Michael Stratton, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to our MNU leadership team, our CEO, our deputy CEO, and Pan and Shinar, our provost, and Anna, and Dean Ogar, and our international director, Uzalia. Where is Uzalia? She's always working so hard, and her team, and Muslin, who's doing an international scholarship visiting at the U.S. Without this leadership team, this conference would not be happening. So I would like to thank you all for making this happen. And I also would like to thank our Washington University colleagues and co-partners and the co-sponsors for this conference. Really, it takes a village to make this happen. And we are truly honored to have all of our guests, speakers from all over the world to be here and have this opportunity to learn and exchange. So I know my Professor Michael Sharna is probably watching and say greetings. And I would like to give us, today we would like to present titled Social Policy Innovation and Global Partnerships. So what is social policy innovation? Social policy innovation is not the same as the traditional social policies. It's transformative, taking the innovative and the long-term, forward-looking approach. And it's proactive. It's not trying to solve the old problem, like trying to have this broken problem and we solve it. It's trying to prevent the problems. And we focus on building assets and the capabilities, has a long-term perspective, and that's a lot of times environmental oriented. And the common characteristics are evidence-based and scalable. It's not just a one-time deal and trying to make from pilot to global implementation, and it's financially sustainable and it's collaborative. As we all know, nothing happens alone now. We have to collaborate, and even across the globe. A great example of how we do social policy innovation is child development accounts. For those who do not know this child development account, it's a very special investment account that have the common characters of universal. That means that everybody participates, no matter what your social status, poor, rich, rural, city, wherever you are, everybody has the opportunity to participate. And it's automatic. Usually when it comes as, just like the childbirth, when you come and then it automatically opens for you. And it's progressive, and that means for the children from the disadvantaged background, they receive greater subsidies. And then also lifelong, that means it's a start as starting at birth, and then creating a lifetime, hopefully, and pathway for children to save. Our grand vision for child development accounts is every child on the planet starts life with a child development account and the initial deposits. This vision is fantastic, but do we have some examples? And today I would like to show you 3 examples. We will have a whole lot more from our international speakers to show, but today, given the time, I want to show 3 examples. Of course, the shining star today is the National Fund for Children in Kazakhstan. This is really a revolutionary innovation. It's the very first one in the world that directs half of the sovereign's wealth fund earning to invest on children. And this policy represents a strategic transformation of converting the natural resources wealth to human capital. Our Minister of Education a moment ago, she mentioned about this, and it's a forward-looking vision for the national policy to focus on the children and to focus on education. And so far, this policy launched last year at the beginning of 2024, and so far the government has devoted $1.5 billion in this national policy. That this policy benefiting 7 million children in Kazakhstan. It's amazing. We could not emphasize how important, how revolutionary this policy is. It's absolutely remarkable. The second example I would like to showcase is Singapore. We will have Dr. Terence Ho to give a more detailed, but I would like to emphasize Singapore's child development accounts represent the most comprehensive human development system. The child development accounts is part of the bigger scheme called the baby bonus scheme. And the baby bonus scheme has 2 parts. One is the child development accounts, and another part is baby bonus cash gift. Those 2 parts make up the baby bonus scheme. And this child development accounts launched in 2001, and they benefit children from starting from birth all the way to 12 years old, and then they continue on with other schemes, and then throughout the whole lifetime. It's a model of from cradle to grave. It's really fascinating, and the government contributes with financial contributions to help parents build assets toward children's education and development. I will not go into the details. We will hear more from Dr. Ho. The third example I would like to show is from Israel. Israel's saving plan for every child is the only example that's in the world that's utilizing the child allowance structure. And they are the National Insurance Institute of Israel is the one that's managing the account and making the monthly deposits. Right now, they are making about roughly the Israeli new shekels, about 55 shekels. So roughly translated into USD is about $14 per month, and the parents can match. And the parents also have the options of investing those money in different tracks based on your preference of risks. Of course, if you are more risk taker, and then you get a more return, you get a higher return. If you are more conservative, then you go lower in the risk investment, and then you get slightly lower return, but it's all in the investment accounts. And so far, Israel savings plan for every child is benefiting 4.5 million children. And so those are the three examples. How many children are we talking about globally in the whole wide world? It's roughly right now about 35 million children worldwide benefiting the child development accounts. As you can see, the top countries, and Kazakhstan is one of the top countries, actually ranked right now number 2, right after Canada. Canada has 8 million. Kazakhstan and the US are tied right now for 7 million children each. And then UK have 6.3 million, and followed by Israel about 4.6, and Singapore and South Korea afterwards. So we have so many people, children, that are benefiting from child development accounts. There's many positive effects also associated with owning a child development account, such as creating a financial security for the children and laid out the financial foundation for their future growth, and education, creating education opportunities. And as our education minister mentioned, education is very important, and then child development accounts really provide a pathway for children to save towards education, especially higher education. And then child development accounts also has many positive, documented social well-being positive effects, which our colleague Jing Huang later will mention as well. And then in terms of promoting family functioning, positive influence in the family, cohesion, all of this are documented in the research, which I won't dive into in detail. Our different colleagues will mention about the research impacts later in their presentation as well. Coming back to Kazakhstan's National Fund for Children, we want to emphasize that this Kazakhstan model is really a shining star for the region and the globe. As our moderator Miras shared with us last night, and he talked about the Kazakhstan as a country is the middle power. I said that's actually very modest. Kazakhstan is maybe a middle power in the world, but it's really a top power in the nation, in the region. And that there are a lot of the region, especially in Central Asia, and in the bigger area, you guys share a lot of common social and economic contexts. Let's speak some common languages as well, share similar culture, food, and there are a lot of things that you guys are sharing, and including the energy transition challenges you are facing. It's not just Kazakhstan, but also many countries in the nation, and how you are running this child fund for children, this social policy, is being watched by many countries, including our colleague from Azerbaijan and others, and Uga and Atakin will share later about as well. And your country model can be served as adopted country models for other countries in the region and the other world, especially those countries who are transitioning from the energy era to the new human capital investment era. So how should we do this? And then as we all shared about, global partnerships is essential. We cannot do this alone. And we built regional and global partnerships. And the conferences like this is a great venue for sharing knowledge. And we can come up with positive policy innovations and can be recommended for optimizing policy for greater impact. And ultimately, all of this global partnership effort is in the way towards advancing the grand vision of making sure every child on the planet owns a child development account. Thank you so much for your attention. It's truly an honor to be here.
Thank you, Lee. Well, I actually really enjoyed the part that even if we are middle power in international affairs, we are a global power in the social system. And one of the key government institutes who are responsible for this, for development of social policy in Kazakhstan, is of course our parliament. So I would love to invite Mr. Ashatay Magambetov, member of Majlis and chairman of the Special Committee on Social and Cultural Development, to talk about the Kazakh model of social system.
Thank you. Good morning, dear colleagues, distinguished guests and friends. It's a great pleasure to speak at this international symposium devoted to investing in human capital. And I'm very glad to see so many scholars and practitioners united by one shared belief that the wealth of a nation must serve the future of its people. First of all, I would like to thank Maksut Narikpayev University and our partners from the Washington University in St. Louis for organizing this event. It's more than an academic discussion, it's a conversation about the kind of future we want to build. Across the world, countries are asking a fundamental question: how can we transform natural and financial wealth into human potential? For Kazakhstan, this question is central. We are a resource-rich country, but we believe that the real resource of the 21st century is not oil or not minerals. It's the knowledge, creativity, and talent of our young generation. That's why our president, Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, launched one of the most important social initiatives in our history, the National Fund for Children. Since January 2024, every child born in 2006 or later automatically receives an annual contribution from the income of Kazakhstan's sovereign wealth fund. Half of the fund's investment income goes directly to children's accounts opened in the national pension system. The idea is simple but powerful. The wealth generated by natural resources today must become a foundation for the lives of future generations. Each child receives a deposit which accumulates with investment returns until the age of 18. When they reach adulthood, the funds can be used only for education or purchasing housing. If they are not used, the balance is transferred to the person's pension account. In other words, short-term support becomes long-term protection. In less than 2 years, more than 6.9 million children have already been included in the program and are now receiving money every year. And frankly speaking, this is not charity. It is a new model of fairness, intergenerational, inclusive, and sustainable. The second program, called Keleshek, reinforces the national fund. If the first program uses national wealth, Keleshek builds a culture of shared responsibility between the state and families. Each child receives an initial education capital. This is about $500 at the age of 5. This money comes from the state budget. If parents add to these accounts annually, the government matches this with a 5% annual bonus or 7% for large families or families with low income. So this is not a saving tool, but also a lesson in financial literacy. It helps families plan for the future and teaches them that investing in a child's education is the smartest investment a family can make. Together, the National Fund for Children and Kalashek form a complete ecosystem of investment in youth. They link the country's resource wealth with human capital development from birth to adulthood. They promote 3 fundamental principles. First, fairness between generations. The wealth of today builds opportunity for tomorrow. Second, equal start for all children. Regardless of income or geography, every child has a foundation for success. And third, investment, not assistance. These programs invest in knowledge, housing, and long-term capacity, but not in consumption. Now let's look beyond today. We are entering a new era, the age of artificial intelligence, automation, and robotization. Around the world, people are beginning to ask, what will work mean in a world run by AI? And many experts are exploring ideas like universal basic income, regular payments from the state to every citizen, to ensure stability and fairness in a future where many traditional jobs may disappear. I believe that what Kazakhstan is doing today can be seen as a prototype of a future social contract. Our programs share the same values as universal basic income, fairness, inclusion, dignity, but go one step further, I believe. They're not about consumption, they are about empowerment. Instead of monthly cash transfers, we build lifelong assets, education funds, housing savings, and digital accounts for every child. And this is not passive welfare. It's active investment in the skills and autonomy of the next generation. In that sense, the National Fund for Children and Kalashek are not only social program. They are Kazakhstan's own version of what economists call asset-based welfare, a smart way to turn national wealth into human capacity. Because in the age of AI, the most valuable capital will not be algorithms or data. It will be human creativity, empathy, and the ability to learn. Kazakhstan's approach shows that even resource-based economies can move toward a human-centered model of development. We are transforming natural wealth into education, opportunity, and social trust. Dear friends, when we talk about human capital, we are really talking about human hope. Our 2 programs, the National Fund for Children and Kalashek, are not only about savings. They are also about giving every young person the right to dream, to learn, and to build their own future. Because roads and buildings may depreciate, but knowledge, skills, and human potential always appreciate. And that is the most sustainable investment any country can ever make. Thank you very much.
Көп рахмет, Асад Қанатұлы. Я думаю, этот комплексный обзор нашего стратегического видения, как мы видим социальную политику, как мы формулируем для себя ценности, видение и миссию этой социальной политики, включая инициативы по поддержке детей, это действительно важно. И то, что в этом зале сегодня мы видим ведущих исследователей именно в этой области, в своих уважаемых странах, Это очень важно, то, что председатель профильного комитета Мажилиса, парламента, который формулирует государственную политику и правовое обоснование этой политики. Спасибо большое за поддержку этого симпозиума. And now, let me introduce my dear colleague from actually representing Washington University in St. Louis, but a proud citizen of Azerbaijan, our brother nation, Dr. Aytakın Hussein Lee, who is research assistant professor at Brown School, Washington University. Please.
I will try. Қайырлы таң, құрметті қатысушылар, мен мұнда болғаныма қуаныштымын. Salam alaikum, əziz dostlar. Azərbaycandan salam gətirmişəm. So, I basically tried my best to say good morning, everyone. I am proud to be here today to talk to you in Kazakh language and in Azerbaijani, because we are brother nations and our languages come from the same Turkic group. So as my dear friend Miras introduced, I am from the region, but right now for the last 11 years I've been living and working in the United States. I am a graduate of wonderful Washington University's Brown School. I did my master's and PhD at Brown School, and for the last 2 years I've been working as assistant professor in research track. Although I live in the United States, I still consider myself Azerbaijani or from the region. I'm kind of like representing our region, including Central Asia, South Caucasus, sometimes Eastern Europe in the Brown School at Washington University. So, and I'm glad today, honestly, proudly, I am so glad that the first initiatives, my coming to Kazakhstan since 2019, become a conference today here. It's kind of, I keep myself from crying, being emotional, because as a PhD student, I was in Kazakhstan 2019 doing a research coming from another oil and gas rich country, Azerbaijan. I was trying to find out how we can use natural resource fund for development of citizens, especially children, because before doing my PhD, I worked for 10 years in child well-being system in Azerbaijan, in South Caucasus, and I was seeing that we have a lot of money and we have top-level support for policies in Azerbaijan, but Azerbaijan was not as progressive as neighboring countries like Georgia and Armenia. So I kept asking myself, I was working with the government, I was advisor to Minister of Labor and Social Protection before my PhD program, advisor to Minister of Education, to reform child well-being system in Azerbaijan. I supported them to adopt the small group home policy for children and foster care national policy. So with that question, why we don't use this money? Why we can't use this money for children? Why it is not progressing? With that question, I came to a PhD program, and I started my PhD dissertation, which is about how we can care or direct oil, gas, and mineral resources for human development, especially in our countries. In Canada, they have been using it successfully. In Norway, they have been using successfully. United States doesn't use, they save it for future. And other nations have been using it successfully, and I think it was a time for our countries also to think about it. So for my dissertation, I did comparative research. I took Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Ukraine, and oil, gas, and mineral-rich countries, and other 3 countries, Georgia, Moldova, and Kyrgyzstan, as poor countries, resource poor countries, not poor, but resource. So to see how we can move it forward, what's happening, why those countries progressing well, why some not. 2019 was in Kazakhstan and like asking questions, how can we use this natural resource money for children? How can we gear it? What do you think for child well-being? And then it came up with this idea, my esteemed advisor, Michael Schraden. So we decided to merge our ideas to take asset building like child development accounts and link it with natural resources to gear, like transfer some money to natural resources. So one of my dissertation contribution is like to suggest this saving accounts for children funded by natural resource wealth. And it can be linked, it can be open for children, for youth, for any group. So in my dissertation, since I've been doing child well-being research, I suggested the model design for children, how money can be spent for children, not for consumption, like in Middle Eastern countries. They are sharing their natural resources, but for everyday use. They are like giving money to citizens, and they are using in everyday consumption, for housing, for subsidies for everyday use. It's not for future oriented. The beauty of asset building policy is that it is future oriented. It's like giving hope for people, for anyone to save for the future. So that was idea like. Saving accounts funded by Natural Resource Fund. And in Kazakhstan, it was adopted very successfully. His Excellence President Tokayev is very vice president, like he could see the future. He adopted, he saw that, he understand that the future of the natural resources is not long term. Like, as you know, 2050, like the deadline for using natural resource funds or natural resources, oil and gas, is 2050. Like countries agreed to stop using fossil fuels by 2050 and go to renewable energy. So it was a wise decision to use natural resources, oil, gas, money as we have it. Honestly, Kazakhstan, as Azerbaijan, we always look up Kazakhstan for its innovative policies. For instance, mentioned here Kalashek. Kazakhstan was the pioneer in adopting that policy to invest some money from oil, gas, and minerals to support education of young generation or Kazakhstani citizens in abroad. And National Fund for Children is second innovative policy that Kazakhstan adopted and leading in the region, not only Central Asia, in also like, in South Caucasus, or maybe like, Central Eastern European countries. So for instance, Russia, Ukraine, which have natural resources like gas and oil, can use the model of Kazakhstan as well. So I dearly, like, from my deep heart, I congratulate Kazakhstani nation, Kazakhstani people for this for this innovative policy. So that's why Azerbaijan, we have been working with Azerbaijan for some time now to have the similar policy. I will talk about the design in the second part of the seminar. If you stay, you will see, like, we have been working. That's why today in the audience, we have the member of the National Parliament of Azerbaijan, Vugar Bayramov, who is truly interested in doing same thing in Azerbaijan. He's here today to come and learn from the experience of Kazakhstan, at the same time from the experience of other countries which have, say, like child development accounts, and to see like how we can move forward to with that policy. Azerbaijan's case is a bit different, that for last 37 years, Azerbaijan was involved in regional war, and military expenses was very high. And I'm glad to hear from my long-term friend like Vugar that a country has, since we have already peace treaty with Armenia, country decided to reduce the expenses to military and spend it to the well-being of the population. So it's a very good news, and hopefully in the nearest future, we will have child development accounts or national fund for children in Azerbaijan as well. So it is very important policy in terms of how we, so far, how we can use natural resources for people's well-being. And at the same time overlaps very much with the goals of sustainable development of the United Nations in terms of it meets a couple of goals of the sustainable development, sustainable development goals, such as it helps with reducing poverty, decent work, and economic growth. Of course, when we have educated workforce in a society, they are going to be working in the places which are decent, and reducing inequalities. National Fund for Children, for instance, it is universal. It doesn't leave any child behind, which meets the goal 10 of Sustainable Development Goals, reducing inequalities. Clean energy and climate action, of course, it's related to that as well. And it's like all goals, all 17 goals of the Sustainable Development of United Nations are talking about human dimension, right? So, and National Fund for Children hits that goal right there right away. So I will go. So turning resource wealth into human wealth, it will help us to use energy revenues for long-term savings. Now, countries are saving them in a very global sovereign fund, but in individual accounts, they will save it, and it will help them to able to develop their saving skills, look forward. And it's secondly, it's investment in education and social protection and use assets, which is very wise investment and wise way of using oil, gas, and mineral resources. And the third, it is promoting inclusive intergenerational equity. Since it is universal, it is for everyone. So Lee talked about the child development accounts. I'm not going to repeat it, what is it about, which is the cornerstone of the National Fund for Children. I will, she also mentioned about the global examples. And so why it matters, because these kind of policies are advancing several goals of the Sustainable Development Goals. In this part of the world, Sustainable Development Goals is very huge, I would say, guidelines for countries that they have integrated into their policies, and they report every year to UN what kind of progress they have. So, and this National Fund for Children helps the Kazakhstan probably to meet the goal 1, 4, 8, 10 of Sustainable Development Goals. So in conclusion, how much time do I have, Miras? Have you watching the time? Not
it's all fine.
It's all fine. Okay, great. So at the end, I would like to say that, concluding that sustainable development, it's all about investing in human capital. It's all about investing in people, because this is people, when they're highly educated, they are the biggest return to the society, to the economy. Beyond, I would say, economy and return of the costs, it is about human rights. It's about decent human development and energy transition. We are talking about the energy transition a lot. Being a scholar in this field, people talking about the energy transition, but I pop up and always say, hey, let's not forget about the current situation of people or countries right now. Let's do something about them before we transition to new forms of energy. And here, policies, inclusive, future-oriented policies, such as National Fund for Children or other types of asset-building policies, are truly future-oriented, giving hope to people, as our previous speaker before me wonderfully said about that. So I again congratulate Kazakhstan's people, and thank you very much, Chairman Narikbayev, for today, for giving permission or agreeing to have this wonderful conference today. And it's all again started with like just one cup of coffee. One of my dearest friend in Kazakhstan, and Dinara Yesimova, she then came together to our university last year with Dr. Muslim Hasanov, and then we talked with the Muslim saying that, can we have this conference? I think he talked to you, got the permission that you will provide venue, you will provide food, give permission, and do a great job from your side to have this conference. Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much, Dr. Anar Ibayev, for supporting us. Thank you for Provost Penn, he's not here, and Olga, and again, Unzila, Janar, everyone, thank you for being so supportive from the beginning for this initiative, for this conference. And we are glad to be here. We are honored to be here, and looking forward for next steps. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aytakun. We're also very proud of our brave faculty members who facilitated this process on organizing symposium. And I know that a proud member of MNU community, our associate professor Muslim Hasenov, is watching us online right now. MNU is very proud of our faculty members. This year we have a biggest number of Kazakh scholars who are now visiting scholars at Harvard University. 5 of them proudly representing Kazakhstan, and 2 of them are proud members of MNU community. So thank you very much also to Muslim Khanatovich for making this possible. And to sum up the session, I just want to say that, sometimes, especially being citizens of Kazakhstan, we are over-focused on our daily things. But the best and most important things are more visible from the outside. We are not thinking about, we are second in number of children in the world, but we are extremely focused on creating a special opportunity to defend the rights of children, to create opportunities to develop our human capital, to develop a nation, to working on the well-being of population and citizens of Kazakhstan. So that's why I would love to once again thank all of my brilliant panelists right now for this comprehensive overview of CDA policy worldwide, innovation in these fields, and a model of Kazakhstan, which can be a brilliant sample for many, many partners of Kazakhstan around the world, including Azerbaijan, as Aytakun mentioned. We're proud to have a member of Parliament of Azerbaijan, our brother nation. So maybe in the further visits of President Ilham Aliyev in just recent 3 years, President Aliyev visited Kazakhstan already 7 times, including his state visit last week. That's why we are way more excited to bring the social component to the interstate discussion. And I believe both of our parliaments, ministries will be extremely proud to share the best practices of Kazakhstan to implement in our brother Azerbaijan. And now let us switch to the quite interesting part, which is collective photo. That's why I want to invite my fellow panelists. Huh? Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah, and just to remind you that when we're talking about children's rights, policies, a policy itself is not working without people inside. Commissioner on children's rights is working more than 24/7 to provide, to be sure that all of the cases which you see on the social media or not are solved. It's a right of every single children in Kazakhstan is protected by governments, by government agencies. So now we are waiting for our colleague, Dinara Zakiyeva, Commissioner for Children's Rights, the Republic of Kazakhstan. He just finished a quite unique case. We hosting the office of Commissioner here at MNU as part of our social mission. That's why from day to day, we can hear from our colleagues very different cases. So please welcome Commissioner for Children's Rights. And now let us switch for a photo. Photo?
Okay.
Dear conference participants, dear colleagues, I'm happy to participate here today, and I think it's a great platform to share experiences between our countries. And using today's opportunity, I would like to share with you more information about reforms and initiatives of our president that was adopted within several years in Kazakhstan, addressing different aspects of children's rights protection, providing their safety and well-being. So first of all, of course, National Fund for Children initiative that allocates 50% of National Fund investment income among children under 18. This program is based on inclusiveness and fair distribution of country's wealth among children. And secondly, there are more programs like Kelishek that also accumulates the funds of parents and state for the purposes of education when the child comes to 18. There is one more very important initiative of our president is Kazakhstan Halkhana Foundation. This foundation was opened 3 years ago, and it operates within 67 social initiatives, opening rehabilitation centers. For example, within 3 years, 48 rehabilitation centers for children with special needs were opened across the country. Moreover, there is a comfortable school project that provides 269 new schools across the country. And within only 1 year, last year, 7 laws addressing different aspects of children's rights protection were adopted in Kazakhstan. And most laws are addressing prevention of violence, bullying, and suicide. And today I want to present you this program, SAFE program, and I want to mention that University MNU helped us to make it. In this program, all reforms that has been taken in Kazakhstan under the initiative of our president within several years addressing prevention of violence, bullying, and suicide are combined. So first of all, this program based on 4 pillars. SAFE is support, so everything that is connected to local and authorities on national level, all information about services is allocated on this component. And I want to draw your attention on 111 QR services, yes. So the state hotline 111 was opened 2 years ago in Kazakhstan, and moreover, the QR code 111 was allocated in every school of Kazakhstan. Every school has its unique QR, and this gave us opportunity to have a direct connection with every child of Kazakhstan. Every day, 300, 1,000, up to 1,000 children messages us telling facts about bullying, suicidal risks, violence, or other facts of violation of their rights. 111 is working with all police departments, with all the state authorities and bodies that protect children's rights, and immediately they inform all services in order to organize help for every child that is messaging and telling about bullying, suicidal risks, or violence. There are also children that message us in order to find help with their homework, and etc., but mostly we pay attention to the facts of violation of children's rights. So this tool helps us a lot in order to find children that needs help. Within a component, awareness component, I want to add that within SAFE component, we show also the structure of local authorities. Within laws that were adopted last year, departments for children's rights are being created in all regions of Kazakhstan. We're in process now. Moreover, the number of children's rights protection body staff is increasing now under the new law. For example, in Astana, before it was only 5 person who was working for children's rights, now it's 100. So this law gives us opportunity to increase the number of social workers who works in children's rights protection sphere. Second component is awareness. Awareness provides different programs in schools, mostly anti-bullying programs, the lessons of security, personal security, which provides 130 topics covering all spheres of providing personal security for children in school, outside, online, and at home. In framework component, you can find all information about legal acts, laws in Kazakhstan, addressing different aspects of children's rights, and especially preventing violence, suicide, and bullying. For example, last year, a very important law was adopted in Kazakhstan that imposes only criminal offense for any bodily harm, only life imprisonment for child rape. So the punishment was increased for every type of violence against children and responsibility for bullying and cyberbullying. E-education is a component that provides a program educating children values, human values, national values, overall 6 types of values that will give them an opportunity in every situation that in their life make a right choice. So looking forward to create prosperous society, safe society, this program is implemented in every school of Kazakhstan. This is short information. You can find more details on the Safe Kids platform that was made especially to share experiences with other countries, with our colleagues, and we're happy to answer all your questions. Thank you.
Көп рахмет, Динара Болатовна. So now we have a full comprehensive view on how we are working with the second biggest number of children in the world, because now we know that we have 700,000 children or youth, and even more youth, from a legislation side to policy delivery moments, an institute of commissioner for children's rights led by Dinara Bulatqızı, and your regional representatives in every single region are working hard every single day to be sure that our children not only safe, but have a comprehensive ecosystem to protect their own rights in every single daily aspect of a life. So thank you very much for your hard work. Please join me in a round of applause for our brilliant panelists. And now let us switch to the collective photo aspects. Thank you. Yeah, we kindly ask all of the speakers of today's symposium and the university management to join a panel and take a collective photo. Thank you.
Нет, где закрытые. Вы сейчас снимали? Уже остаетесь? Сказали оставаться. Да. На вторую тоже сказали. Ну хорошо, хорошо, оставим. Динара Закиева выступила, пятницу. Dear friends, we are ready to continue. Please take your seats. Have your seats.
So, I believe it's time for us to take a seat and start a next panel. So the first panel, titled Inclusive CDA Policies, Design and Implementation, will be moderated by our dearest friend, Dr. Li Zhou. And we kindly invite to the podium Dr. Terence Ho, who is Deputy Executive Director and Associate Professor of Practice at Institute for Adult Learning, Singapore University of Social Sciences, and at the same time he is Adjunct Associate Professor in Practice of Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, National University of Singapore. Dr. Jin Huan, who is Irwin Louis Horowitz Professor in Social Policy and Co-Director of the Center for Social Development at Brown School of Washington University in St. Louis. And again, our dearest friend, Dr. Aytakan Hussein Lee, Assistant Research Professor of the Brown School and faculty affiliate with Center for Social Development, WashU. Please, Dr. Lee, floor is yours.
Thank you. I feel like I don't even... Not on? Is it good? Oh, okay, sorry about that. It's really a great pleasure to moderate this panel. This panel's name is Inclusive Child Development Policies, Design and Implementation. We have three great examples from Singapore, US, and Azerbaijan. As I mentioned in my earlier presentation, Singapore is really the most comprehensive model for from cradle to grave. And without further ado, Dr. Ho will share more about the Singapore model. Welcome, Dr. Ho.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very honored to be here. I'd like to express my thanks to Oh, yes. I'd like to express my great gratitude to our host, MNU, and also to the Brown School at the University of Washington, and all the co-organizers and sponsors of today's event. I'm really happy to be sharing about Singapore's child development accounts. I think we owe a debt of gratitude also to your colleague, Prof. Sheridan, who was also instrumental in helping to shape Singapore's social investment policies. Yeah. So first of all, I'd like to situate the child development account in Singapore within our broader context of social policy in Singapore. So we always had an ethos in Singapore of promoting individual responsibility, self-reliance in our social policy. And this idea that people should take responsibility for providing for themselves and their families. At the same time, Singapore has, since our independence in 1965, there's been a strong emphasis as well on social investment. And this is seen as the government, rather than giving sort of handouts to people, investing in people's capability for social development. Hence, there was a twin focus on education particularly as being critical for human capital development, as well as a public housing home ownership program. Now, the child development accounts fit very well in this idea of social investment, and the idea that, and the principle that we should be inclusive in terms of giving opportunities to people, so that growth in Singapore is not just about GDP growth and income growth, but it's inclusive growth that benefits all segments of the population. And hence, early intervention, particularly in young people and children, is seen as helping them to maximize the opportunities through life. And although Singapore tries to have our social assistance targeted for those who need it most, rather than universal, I think the child development accounts are an example of a universal kind of social policy that goes against the sort of overall general stance of social policy, but is very important in terms of providing opportunities for the young. So I'm going to give a brief overview of where the CDA fits in. It's actually, like many other CDAs around the world, it's a dedicated saving account that is designed to support education, healthcare, and other expenses in childhood. So it's a matching account, and it was launched in 2001. It's also part of a broader scheme in Singapore called the Baby Bonus Scheme. And this has been meant to encourage parenthood, family formation, and parenthood particularly in Singapore, because we have a very, very low fertility rate, one of the lowest in the world. And despite all the sort of bonuses and support given to families, it's still very hard to raise this rate. So the key design features of the CDA are that contributions by the parents are matched. So this reinforces the idea that parents too have a part to play in investing in the children. Sorry, can I go backwards? Yeah. And also long-term growth. There's another feature that has been shared earlier on by our other presenters, that the account will be part of a kind of lifelong series of different accounts that will carry the child into adulthood. And I'll describe more about that later. So under the baby bonus schemes, there are two major components. The first is a baby bonus cash gift that's given to every Singaporean child. And the second is the CDA, or Child Development Account, which is the match savings scheme. So first, let me briefly describe the baby bonus cash gift. It's quite generous, so that the first or second child for every family, they receive 11,000 Singapore dollars. And just to give you some comparison, $1 US is about 1.3 Singapore dollars. Or in the Kazakh currency, is 400 to 1 Singapore dollar. And of course, the third and subsequent children receive even more, 13,000 Singapore dollars, and this is distributed over a few years, not given all at one shot, but distributed over some years, and it's deposited into an account that's open for the child. Now, the child development account complements the baby bonus cash gift. There are two components for the CDA. Originally, everything in the CDA had to be matched. It means the parent must put in money first, then the government would match. But in 2016, the government decided that in order to not disadvantage the less well-off families, they would give an automatic deposit into the child development account straight away. So currently, it's $5,000 Singapore dollars for the first and second child, and for the third child onwards, it's even more generous at $10,000 now. So besides the first step, automatic deposit into the CDA, the government matches every dollar saved up to certain caps. So $4,000 for the first and second child, up to $9,000 for the third and fourth child, and up to $15,000 for the fifth or more child. So basically the parents are encouraged to put in the money into the account and to maximize the matching from the government up to the cap. So this is a summary table to show the different components, the baby bonus cash gift, the automatic deposit called the first step grant, as well as the matching cap from the government, and it's quite generous. So you can see that it goes up to, I believe, 13,000 plus 10,000 plus 15,000 for the fifth or more child. So how do people participate in this? It's almost automatic. The child, of course, must be a citizen, and the parents can then apply via an online portal or via an app called the Life SG mobile app. So the Life SG app is a single app on the phone that can be used for over 100 types of transactions with the government, including opening a baby bonus account. And upon registering, which is a very simple process, the two accounts will be opened at a participating local bank. One is the child savings account where the baby bonus is deposited, and the other is the child development account. So both accounts will be open simultaneously, and immediately the parents can start putting money in, but they don't have to put it all at one shot. They have a period of time throughout the first 12 years where they can put money to receive the matching funding up to the cap. So what can the CDA be used for? 4 components. The first is early child care and education. So fees at childcare centers, kindergartens, special education schools. Healthcare services, medical expenses at hospitals and clinics. And the use of these two users account for 95% of all of the CDA monies that are being spent. And the 2 other users are health insurance premiums, as well as assistive technologies. So 2 types of expenses will no longer be eligible from next year onwards as the government reviews the scheme. One is expenses at pharmacies, and the other is at optical shops. And over the years, the CDA scheme has been enhanced. So for example, in 2013, it was initially meant for children up to 6 years old, and this has been enhanced to up to 12 years old. In 2016, as I mentioned earlier, the government decided to automatically put a sum of money into the CDA, even when parents are not able to put money in. And the CDA benefits have also extended to children of single parents. So previously, only children of married couples were eligible for the CDA. And so this was a liberalization because the government realized that children of single parents needed particular help to overcome their disadvantages as well. In 2023, the first step grant was raised to $5,000, and there was a $400 CDA top-up as well. So the government provides top-ups from time to time to all the accounts. Excuse me. And in 2025, there was a new scheme for larger families to encourage those who are able to have even more children to do so. And the first step grant was increased to $10,000 for the third child onwards. Finally, I'd like to wrap up by showing how the CDA is situated within Singapore's asset building system. I think this is a key feature of CDAs in many countries as well. So we start with the CDA for those who are from birth to 12 years old. And any funds that are unutilized at the end of this period will be transferred into the post-secondary education account that could be used for tertiary education. There's also an EduSave account for school-going children. And this one, the government puts in money for every primary and secondary student. So 230 Singapore dollars every year for the primary school, 290 Singapore dollars every year for the secondary school. And then there's the post-secondary education account, where the monies that are unutilized from the CDA or the EduSave will be deposited. And from time to time, when the government has surpluses, such as in 2025, the government will put in additional money in each of these accounts. So they put in $500 in the post-secondary account, $500 in EduSave this year. And finally, when the child grows up, enters the workforce, any unutilized monies in the post-secondary account flow to the Central Provident Fund. So this is the mandatory savings account where every month workers will put in a sum of part of their the monthly income, and the employer also puts in part of their monthly salary into this account. And the unutilized monies from the child account and from the post-secondary accounts flow into the system. So that brings me to the end of my presentation on Singapore, and I really look forward to hearing and learning about other countries' experiences as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ho. Next speaker is Professor Jing Huang from Washington University. As Mira shared, Professor Jing Huang is the co-director of Center for Social Development and also the Irvin Lewis Horowitz Professor in Social Policy at the Brown School at WashU.
Thank you, Lee. Good morning, everyone. I would like to begin by expressing my deep appreciation to our host at NYU and all distinguished guests and speakers who have made this important gathering possible. It's an honor to be in Astana, and I will focus on policy development and research of child development accounts in the United States. Okay, I'd like to begin with a story. Last year, the state councilor of Kazakhstan visited China and spoke about Kazakhstan's remarkable population growth. The speech drew great attention. Many wonder what explains such demographic growth. And the Kazakhstan government's response was comparing. Behind the numbers is policy development, consistent investments in children and families. The National Fund for Children stands as one key example of this vision. By dedicating half of annual gas and earnings to every child, Kazakhstan has pioneered a model that transforms national resources income into long-term human capital investment. Now, both China and the United States are following Kazakhstan's lead. In China, national policies have begun to provide child subsidies for family development. So we are pleased that we are going to have our Chinese colleague share this policy later today. And also in the United States, talking about CDA policy development in the United States, a new national policy, the Trump accounts, has just been enacted. Like National Fund for Children, it aims to establish a lifelong and a universal asset building account for every child with Social Security number, beginning at birth. For children born between 25 and 28, the US government will provide a $1,000 seed deposit in this pilot phase. The US Treasury Department is now designing its implementation, and we have been working closely with them to ensure the program will achieve its purpose. Just like National Fund for Children in Kazakhstan, a centralized account system is critical to the success of Trump accounts. In addition, we need to have automatic enrollment to achieve full participation. Okay, in addition to Trump accounts at the federal level, in the United States, we have 7 statewide child development accounts, including California, Pennsylvania, Maine, and so on. Plus, we have more than 150 city-level and community-based CDA programs, including more than 8 million children in total. So Lee was talking about 7 million. So we have to figure out, it's about 7 and 8 million. So it's about 7 and 8 million children in the United States in total. They are included in this asset building policy platform. Okay, so this global momentum, Singapore and Kazakhstan's leadership, China's adoption of child subsidies, and the US implementation of Trump accounts make the arrival of a truly international movement for social investment in child development. And let me briefly share what we have learned from 18 years of research evidence in the United States and how these lessons can help us build stronger policy everywhere. So Lee already talked about the conceptual definition of child development accounts, so I'm going to skip this slide. And our research team at Center for Social Development, Washington University in St. Louis, has conducted one of the world's largest and longest CDA policy experiment, the Seed for Oklahoma Kids policy study. It began in 2007 and has now followed children and families for about 18 years. And this longitudinal policy experiment has 3 goals: to test the policy design of CDAs and its financial and the non-financial outcomes on families and children. With rigorous research design, we randomly assigned half of the children to the treatment group, and we use U.S. college savings plans as a policy platform for CDAs. Okay, key features of this Seed OK policy experiment are remarkably similar to Kazakhstan's National Fund for Children. We automatically open accounts for treatment children, automatically contributed a seed deposit of $1,000. Low-income families will receive progressive match fund for their contributions, centralized account structure, universal eligibility, automatic enrollment, and automatic deposits are key design features for CDAs. So we have different kinds of data. And following these children for about 18 years, we found that nearly 100% of treatment children, but only less than 5% of control group children were included in asset building policies. And the average assets for treatment children was about $5,000 by the end of 2024, when they are about 17 years old, 3 times higher than those of control group. And the initial $1,000 seed deposit increased to about $2,600 by the end of 2024. 21% of treatment families opened their own college savings plans for their children, 5 times higher than the control groups. The average assets of treatment families with savings was about $20,000. The key design features of CDAs ensure universal inclusion. For example, in the treatment group, if you take a look at this bar chart by family income, 100% of high-income and low-income children are included in this policy, asset building policy. However, in the control group, high-income families are 6 times more likely to open accounts than low-income families. So we have a policy design really be inclusive for all disadvantaged families. So Lee already mentioned some of the non-financial impact of CDAs on families and children. Beyond financial outcomes, the social impacts have been equally important. When children were 4 years old, families with CDAs reported lower, mothers with CDAs reported lower maternal depression, stronger educational expectations, more positive parenting practice, and better children's social emotional development in early childhood. By age 14, children show better academic efforts and fewer behavior problems. So all of these effects have similar effect size to a lot of early child intervention programs. So in other words, owning assets matters. It builds hope, security, and future orientation. For mothers interviewed, the CDA was not just a financial instrument. It was a symbol of partnership with the state, investing in their children's future. One mother told us, "It gave me some hope." Another said, low-income mothers, "It gave me some hope." Another said it made her feel that the state actually care about my child along with me. So we have some interview information from low-income mothers. So in other words, through both child subsidies and the child development account policy, we can increase family financial resources of both income and assets, increase families' financial investment in children, and more importantly, these policies are likely to have psychosocial impacts on families and children as well. Both income and assets are important, and assets are particularly critical for long-term development. So this longitudinal CDA policy experiment in United States has been the research and the evidence engine to support the effective, efficient, and sustainable CDA policy design and implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Huang, for your insightful information. And really, this goes back to what I was talking about, what is social policy innovation? This is social policy innovation, great example, evidence-based, really great impact. Thank you again, Professor Huang. Our next presenter, without introduction, let's welcome our star, Atakin. All right, let's go. No, 10. 10 minutes, Atakin. I will put a timer, okay? Let's go.
Hello again. Thank you, Lee. I will be talking about the asset building policy for children in Azerbaijan and design elements of child development accounts. So the process in Azerbaijan started some time ago. We have been working with Azerbaijan some time ago, and in 2019, based on 2019, there was design that I proposed for Azerbaijan, which was based on the findings of the data collection I have done in six countries, which I mentioned previously in my excuse me, in my previous presentation, that which helped me to come up with design which is applicable to our countries. So as I mentioned, as a part of my dissertation, I have visited Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Kyrgyzstan, Moldova, and Ukraine in 2019 and 2020. Just to see, because we can't take and copy and paste any policy or anything from another society or another context. We need to adapt it to context of any certain region or country. And there is a great thing that in all post-Soviet countries, because of the being part of the former Soviet Union, they have commonalities in terms of how institutions are operating, in terms of general current social economic challenges they face. And in addition, like 3 countries, as I mentioned, in addition to being former Soviet Union countries such as Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, and Ukraine, they are also operating, or they are also having some elements of countries which have natural resources such as oil, gas, and minerals. So there is a different developmental trajectories or developmental, I would say, pathways in countries with oil, gas, and minerals that make them very unique compared to other countries which have the same income. So I also collected, like when I did my design and research, I considered that in mind, that how it could be what can we propose or suggest that could be successful in these countries and could be sustainable? And again, the major question, how we can use this immense wealth coming from oil, gas, and minerals for human development. In these countries, mostly like specific developmental uniqueness of oil, gas, and mineral-rich countries, I will call from now on as a resource-rich countries, that a lot of funding are going to measures that most of the time are not human development, are not human beings. It's mostly like goes to mega constructions, to very expensive events such as Olympic Games and such as international concerts. And unfortunately, most of those countries, because of their natural resources, are involved in regional or international conflicts, and a lot of their revenues goes to like military expenses. So thank God, one example from one like country, Azerbaijan, recently had a peace, and we hope that they are cutting now military expenses to send it to social development projects, and we hope that that can be also example for many other countries. So based on the data, based on the findings from from those countries, and also 10 institutional elements which we have from child development accounts designed, key policy designs, which based on the research which Jean just mentioned. I'm not gonna talk about that. Seed Oklahoma research, and combining those findings and 10 key policy designs, I came up with a policy. This is, by the way, Baku, Azerbaijan, just for your information. It's also an invitation to come and visit. So so I proposed the design that will work in our countries, such as Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, other former Soviet Union countries, plus other oil, gas, and mineral-rich countries. First design element which is also you can find in most of the CDA policies around the world, including National Fund for Children, is universal eligibility for all children. Universal eligibility, when we were talking, when I was collecting data in this region, when I was asking question, how would you, like key policymakers, what do you think about universality? Because of their Soviet history, that was very, like, that's fine, you know, because like most of the policies in former Soviet Union countries were universal. So concept of the universalism was very okay, normal thing for this part of the world for any policy because of the policy. Why I'm mentioning it, living in the United States, I'm working there and knowing the policy, how policy making in the United States, I know that universality is not very much applied everywhere. But in post-Soviet countries, I was not surprised, but it was very nice to hear for policymakers. It was very welcome as well, and it was accepted as normal. That's why for policy design, for Azerbaijan, in the case of Azerbaijan, for all oil, gas, and mineral-rich countries, is universal eligibility, not to leave any children behind. Another aspect is automatic start at birth, which is very important. Like in Canada, they have universality aspect of child development accounts, but since it is not automatically open at the birth, 50%, about the 50% of children in Canada do not have accounts. So automatic start at birth is very important. It's not because the parents do not want to do it. It's always life happens and parents kind of postpone it to open it. So then a child might end up with not having any account. So automatic start at birth is very important. And for Azerbaijan, like for what design, we are also suggesting it, which is in Israel is the same. So assets and CDAs are reserved for post-secondary education, tutoring in later years of schools or startups. So as you heard, this saving accounts is not just for saving, to use it later for anything, right? These accounts should have a purpose. For Azerbaijan, we are, like, since it is about the human development, I am suggesting for post-secondary education. Actually, we are suggesting for post-secondary education, and our local partner in Azerbaijan, Vugar, is in the audience, and they also suggested to have it something for tutoring for later schools of children, or if child doesn't get into any post-secondary education institution, they can use this money for startups. Not everyone wanted to pursue post-secondary education, so they can use this money for startups. So automatic initial deposit, which I suggested coming from the oil and gas fund from oil and gas money, which Kazakhstan is implementing. So we are thinking the same thing for Azerbaijan. When accounts are automatically opened, government puts his automatic initial deposit from oil money and keep doing it until child is 18 years old. So incentives for everyone, including children of wealthy people, including children of ministers. We are suggesting 1 and 1, which means like government puts $1 and then families put another $. But for certain groups, like children from poor families, children with disabilities, we are suggesting government puts $3, just help them to catch up with saving as rich families, and families can put $1. Another aspect, we also want to give $2 more for girls. Like when there's a girl child, government gives $2 more. As you know, Azerbaijan is also listed one of the countries which have high selective abortion. I don't know if you know about that. So they are selectively aborting girl child. So we hope that with this CDA design, we can prevent that thing happening in Azerbaijan. So, and also in Azerbaijan, we are encouraging deposits from other resources. For instance, child got some money for birthday, they can put half of it, to the account, or parent, or like relatives, or some non-profits, or some private organizations, they all want to donate. So for specific group of children, they can donate in these accounts. So we are 3.1, which is called also progressive subsidy, which means like everyone, helping everyone to save. Another interesting aspect is that one of the 10 key elements of the CDA policy is having centralized saving plans. For post-Soviet countries, it is very okay because most of the accounts, most of the policies, or that gives financial material help, they are centralized. So it is also, and another thing I wanted to suggest for our countries, not create a new platform or create a new institution or any ministry to manage or run these programs, which is cost extra expenses for the country, right? So that's why we are suggesting to do it within existing platforms and existing policy institution. Another aspect to catch up with current technological or development is in online banking information and access, which that every child will have account, every family get online account, but with very restrictive functions where they can check their accounts, monitor what's happening, or deposit money, but without functions to transfer money elsewhere else. So it will help families to save money. So in the conclusion, this is the basic elements, design elements, again, which is mixed with 10 key policy designs of child development accounts and also findings from the field, So in the conclusion, by developing and implementing policies like child development accounts, we will help families and countries to, will support families to raise children and help them children. We were talking with Vugar about how it is important societal, governmental support to help families to raise child. As Lee told, it takes a village to raise a child. So child development accounts is one of the great examples that can help to raise child and to look forward. It will at the same time will help to countries which is going to adopt this policy with this design to meet the first goal of Sustainable Development Goals of United Nations, such as non-poverty. Fourth goal, which is quality education, if it is linked to post-secondary education. Gender equality in case of Azerbaijan, as I said, we go give $2 more for families who have girl child, help to prevent selective abortions and reduce inequalities. Universality aspect will help everyone, and progressive design will help everyone, not only rich families able to save and support their post-secondary education or startups. So thank you very much. I'll stop here. I think I went over 2 minutes. I'm sorry, but I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aytekin Husseini. Oh, welcome back, Miras. Now we're opening up for questions and comments. Do we have any? Here we go. Do we have a microphone? Okay. Here please wait for the microphone. If you don't mind identifying yourself, who you are, and then.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Muratbek Van Rayım, and I'm a second-year student of international journalism. And I want to tell about my background. I live in the rural area, so not every family know about this program. To be honest, I now knew about this program, and my question is, how do you plan to implement child development account programs in countries with the large income gaps? Is there any plans to help families learn about the program, for example, through online free education or maybe training sessions?
Great. And then you're mentioning about the program is the Kazakhstan program, right? It's the National Fund for Children.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much for being the brave one asking the first question. All right, I'll open it up. This question is about about the Kazakhstan, and I think because this policy is very new to our student here, and then she's very interested in learning how this policy can be implemented in other countries, especially with a large income gap.
Thank you. So you are looking at me, Lee. I believe that you. Okay,
You looked
at me. I'm like, okay.
Aytekin Jean and Terence, feel free.
I'll just give a brief, as you saw, that design has progressive, universal design, which means that it is open for every child. It doesn't matter if it is a child coming from low-income family, high-income family. That will help to cover everyone, not to leave any child behind. Then progressive design, which I've mentioned, and my colleagues also mentioned a couple of times, which it means that progressive design, you give more to families coming from the bottom quintile of the income, families. So you give, as you saw, I mentioned there was one and one design, which is for everyone, and there is a 3-1 design, which means that that 3-1 design will give preferences to families or to children coming from different vulnerable groups, disadvantaged groups, and those groups could be different for every country. For instance, for Azerbaijan, we consider to include children girls, as I mentioned earlier. We have selective abortion issue, and then we'll hope that with putting more money into the accounts, can help to decrease that issue. Another group could be, for every country is different. We can also could give more to children coming from orphans who has one parent, that will help to institutionalization of children, families putting their children to boarding schools or orphanages. And another group in Azerbaijan, for instance, we are thinking children of martyrs, who lost their parents in the war or in military actions. They don't so giving preference for them as well. And it can go on and go on. And every country kind of determines their own groups of disadvantaged children that we cover everyone. We don't leave any child behind, which will help to close that gap.
maybe I share also from Singapore experience. Because we do recognize that there's income inequality, there's income dispersion, and therefore the CDA had two components, as I shared. One component, the government will automatically deposit a certain amount. So this was really helping families where maybe they are not able to put in as much money into that matching savings, and that's one feature. In terms of making sure everybody in the population is aware, there's a physical letter sent out to every household informing them that, since your child's born, open the account. So this is part of the birth registration process as well. And so it becomes quite seamless and very convenient for people to open the accounts.
Yes, that's a great question. I mean, economic inequality is a big challenge faced by many society. And I think both Atakin and Terence talking about this progressive design of CDAs to reduce economic inequality. Another important component I would like to mention here, actually, it's the universality and automatic enrollment. For the disadvantaged families and low-income population, one big challenge they face for asset accumulation and wealth building, actually, it's financial exclusion. Many of them are not able to be included in this asset building policy platform. So by including all of them, as I showed in my presentation, we really kind of have inclusive asset building vehicle and platform, allowing these families to have the first opportunity to build their assets. So to a great extent, I think this inclusion design, it's as important as progressive design in order to reduce economic inequality. Now, another question you mentioned here, it's about awareness and financial education. Disadvantaged families, they are less likely to have financial capability to build assets. But now, if we have this vehicle, everyone is included in this asset building platform. It creates a perfect opportunity to do financial capability and financial education. So in these contexts, they are able to learn knowledge, learn skills to manage their assets. That's also going to increase their awareness, allowing them to apply their financial education and knowledge to build their assets.
Great, thank you very much, Jean. Just want to build up onto this great question raised by our MNU student. If imagining yourself, three of you, imagining yourself sitting at the Kazakhstan president's office right now, this policy, National Fund for Children, is a remarkable, revolutionary policy. We are coming here to learn, to share, and to disseminate the information about this policy. And there's still room, as our own Kazakh students shared, there's still room for improvement. And given the particular topic focus about this panel is all about the design, about the implementation. Imagining yourself sitting here, you have the experience from Singapore, from United States, and you have the plan for Azerbaijan. What would you say to the president? How can Kazakhstan can improve? The policy definitely has room for improvement. What are the key things you will say in your meeting with? You only have probably 3 minutes to present. So what are the things? Let's just present. We're in the presidential office right now.
Thank you, Lee. I think that's a great question. I think National Fund for Children is a visionary and planned policy model of investing in our children here. And it's a wonderful model. It's a transformative policy vision here. So we can definitely, I mean, for other countries, we can definitely learn a lot from this policy model. Now, this policy model actually provides additional evidence for the ideal CDA policy design principles both you and Atakin talk about. We need to have a central account structure. We need to have universality, universal eligibility. We need to have automatic enrollment and automatic deposit. Now, in addition to these key policy features, when we examine the CDA policy across the global context, in addition to these several policy principles and design features I mentioned, we still have some additional policy features we really want to have for CDA policy. For example, both Terence and Atakin talking about progressive deposit, right? Providing additional and extra subsidies for low-income families and disadvantaged population. So that's one, progressive design. And in addition to progressive subsidies, we also want to have investment earning growth. So that way we should have good investment option, allow these assets in CDA accounts can grow over time. And also another one I want to mention here is that in some countries, I'm not familiar with the CDA policy and the social policy in Kazakhstan. Now, another policy feature here is that we want to make sure these assets accumulated for children will not affect their eligibility for other social welfare benefits.
Great.
I may not be familiar enough with the Kazakhstan policy to comment about how it can be improved, but maybe just share one feature in Singapore that I mentioned earlier as well, which is how the monies can be flowed into other accounts and really into the workers' long-term savings account. So it becomes a kind of lifelong integrated policy. But other than that, I thought that Kazakhstan is really an inspiring story because I've been invited to different parts of the world as well to talk about economic development and also by many resource-rich countries which are wondering how to pivot from the dependence on oil and mineral resources into long-term economic growth and development. And now, having heard the experience of Kazakhstan, I think I have additional things to share with them about how they can also use maybe some of the sovereign wealth generated by these resources and translate that to human capital investment.
Fantastic. We're so glad the conference has already inspired you.
So I don't want to repeat my colleagues. I just would say that since I'm doing research about oil, gas, and mineral-rich countries, that knowing that there are not many policies that are used, let's say, efficiently, on natural resource wealth. It's a great example, especially coming from the country which is located in Global South, because we usually hear examples from Global North. Probably students know what is Global South or Global North. So it's a great example coming from Global South, how to effectively use natural resource wealth without not wasting it, I would say. And it's a great initiative, but again, there is a room for improvement, and Jean also mentioned, maybe I don't want to repeat about all this progressivity and giving preference some certain disadvantaged groups, and also maybe making it open for other resources, deposits coming from different resources, not only from the government, that it will help families to save more, and in addition accumulating asset wealth, it will also create a saving behavior in the nation. So then when there is something, research shows that if there is some kind of account, and CDA actually also showed that if there is an account and if there is any kind of saving, families are more prone to save, to put into account from other resources, which is at the end of the day changes behaviors, right? Saving behaviors. And so helping families about opening up to other resources. So these are two comments I would probably give in order not to repeat my colleagues. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, we have one more question. Yeah, just you in white. Microphone, please. And also, if you don't mind, please identify yourself as well.
Thank you very much for joining us and for taking the time to share your valuable experience. My name is Ayalım, and I am the fourth-year student of International School of Journalism. My question is, how do you see the future of child account policy globally? Is a single global model possible, or should each country seek its own path?
Very good questions. No, that's you. Okay, I'll be happy. I don't try to not to steal the limelight. So you're really asking two questions. Is this right? To repeat, is first is this a global effort, and then it's, as you can tell, we only have 35 million children that are benefiting, and the momentum is going. And then this is we're actually, I didn't mention in my presentation, we are actually having emerging conversations also in Europe, in Germany, and we have a conversation in policy discussions in Azerbaijan, and also emerging discussions in Jordan, which is not that far from here, but it's still 5 hours from here, but not too far. So there's growing discussions, and the child development counts mostly right now is using for policy as every government is looking for innovations, for ways to benefit their citizens. And then this is an innovative approach. A lot of governments are looking for ways, and then they have chosen this way to advance their social policies. We have been, the examples where you will see it throughout the day, actually Center for Social Development at Washington University has been actively involved. Things do not happen just in vacuum. We have been actively involved. As Jean mentioned, the research really is the core. Because you can tell the politicians, or you can tell the presidents that this work, but they will say, how can you show me? So you have to show the research evidence, and as Jim mentioned, the CEDOK research in the United States has been documented for 18 years. So it's not a fantasy. It's actually scientifically documented, and the work has been scalable from pilots to a lot of the global sites. So going back to, is this a one model fits all? No, because every country is different. And then Kazakhstan has this oil and natural resources challenges, and so is neighboring countries. However, maybe in China or maybe in South Africa, they have different challenges. So every country has to focus on take their own into sort of a closer look, and how they want to use it. For example, you will hear in the afternoon from Professor Han in Korea. Korea also has its own challenges, but they tackled it differently. I don't want to steal the thunder from him, but every single country has their own unique context. However, the central theme is the same. It's human capital investment. So that is how you invest in how the government, either you do the initial deposits or you match it. That's all sort of a detailed operations. But the central idea is investing the next generation, because every country realizes if you don't invest in your children, there's no future. It's just that simple. But I want to give the floor to our panelists.
Maybe can I just add
yes.
May I just add a comment? I think I learned a lot from my fellow panelists and speakers, and do understand that certain principles are very important, such as the universality, the automatic, and the long-term nature. But beyond that, I think the specific design principles, like what is the ratio of matching, is there going to be an additional amount put in, how is it going to be invested? I think these details will depend a lot on the context, and also maybe the quantum that's appropriate for the country.
I just want to add one comment, because I get it a lot when I talk in different conferences. Maybe it's also kind of how every country needs to look at it. These policies are it's a part of general child development strategy of the country. So I think it's mentioned here a couple of times, it is not everything, right? So you need to have other policies in the society for family, for children. It is just one of those policies, which is not social welfare. It's a social development, which is so it is not replacing anything. It's not in the place of for everything. So it's one component of the child development strategy of the country, focusing on human development. Not like social welfare is like you have money you spend today for food, for healthcare, maybe for everyday consumption, but this is social development kind of policy in parallel to other social welfare measures, but helps to look forward for the future. And that, again, as mentioned here, every country needs to sit down, take core principles, like universality, that needs to be there, automatic enrollment. Research shows that it needs to be there to cover all children and have a purpose. For instance, in the United Kingdom, they had this policy, but it didn't have a purpose. So it was a little bit controversial at the end. But it needs to have some kind of purpose that, they have this money after 18 years old, not to just spend for traveling, but for, for education, for startup, or for human development, which is social development.
For this great panel, join me in thanking our brilliant speakers, panelists, and our moderator for the first panel. Now we have a lunch break, so please join us to the lunch break. Thank you.
Типа я... Все. Или фотки тоже.
Все. Көп кадр баса бер.
I like to like around this area or some like a. Okay, just around this area. Yeah, that'll be great. Okay.
Your impressions from this event and what can you say about this
Okay. Well, about the event, it's really a great pleasure to be here to co-sponsor from Washington University and the MNU to co-sponsor this symposium. It's a fantastic global convening. As you can see, we have the speakers from all over the world representing different countries and coming here to learn about the Kazakhstan National Fund for Children and to share about their own country's child development account policies. So this venue is a fantastic opportunity to learn and for collaborate globally. And in terms of my impression of Kazakhstan, it's amazing. This is my first time coming to Kazakhstan, first time coming to Astana, and the first time being at the MNU. I was absolutely overwhelmed by the warmth and the hospitality of Kazakhstan people, and your colleagues at the MNU are so hospitable, and we were truly honored and truly beyond ourselves. Words cannot express sufficiently how grateful I am, and to have this opportunity to interact with your colleagues and be here and meet with your students, and meet with your leadership team, and we have been working for 6 months preparing this conference, and it's finally coming to fruition. So it's really a great joy.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're so welcome. Oh, actually, I was told that keep recording, and maybe you need to edit it.
Yes,
Talking
yes,
about
yes,
the fund,
yes,
it's a need to thank the president. I was told. Okay, keep rolling. So,
it's important.
Yes. So I want to also mention this the Kazakhstan National Fund for Children is really a revolutionary policy. It serves as a world example. And then all of this policy really goes full credit to the president's vision and his vision on investing on children, investing all Kazakhstan children, no matter where they are, from the city, from the rural area, from all 7 million children, benefiting all of this fantastic visionary policy. So we are very fortunate you should feel very fortunate to have this visionary president who has set the vision on investing on children, on human capital investment. I cannot use enough words to express how important this policy is for your own country, for the region, and for the world. This particular conference is focusing on the policy, National Fund for Children, and it's a great learning opportunity for Kazakhstan students Kazakhstan people and for our community, greater community in the world as well. Thank you so much. All right, you might want to edit a little bit and move this part. Yeah. Is it good? Yeah, just edit all the verbal pause and then make it all sound.
Thank you very much. Very glad to see you here.
Yeah.
So dear colleagues, dear all, please take your seats. We're about to start in a couple of minutes. So let us start with our next panel. I think after wonderful lunch break and a very true provocative conversation on that, we are ready to start this quite interesting panel titled CDAs with Children in Special Circumstances. So I'm extremely delighted to have two panelists presented here offline and one colleague who is going to join us online. So let me first introduce our distinguished panelists. First is Han Chang-kun Sansenim, who is professor of the Department of Social Welfare, representing University Sungkyunkwan University, and he is also professor of Korean Association of Social Welfare Policy. Next to him, we have our colleague Den So, who is Associate Director in Social Work Program, Department of Sociology from Peking University. He's also co-director of Peking University, Hong Kong Polytechnic University, China Social Work Research Center, and faculty director of the Center for Social Development, Washington University in St. Louis. And online we have a Professor Li Qinlin, who is Assistant Professor of the Department of Public Affairs and Administration, Minchuan University. So let us start with Professor Han and his title of CDAs for Institutionalized Children in Korea.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm very pleased and honored to be here. Also, I'd like to express my thanks to organizers giving this wonderful opportunity to share CDA policies in each country. Okay, let me start what's going on of CDA in South Korea. This is content. So maybe you all know about this information. What is important for policies for children? They are really a future of a nation, and this in terms of social capital theory and social development perspective, they are very important. Also, I like to just briefly explain the key themes of asset building plus. I mean, asset-based program is very important, but they should go together. Cash transfer, social services, and saving policies. Only after that, maybe we can make a significant result for children and their families. Okay, let's go to the context of South Korea. Maybe saving program in each country is a really outcome of different social, economic, and political context. If you look at this table, I just showed the 10 matched saving program in South Korea, but now more than that. I mean, I I calculate the number of asset-based policies in South Korea. There are now more than 30 in central government and local government or NGOs. They initiate many different types of matched saving programs. For example, some programs for low-income families, some programs for disability peoples. So there are many different types of. So, but importantly, in 2007, child development account initiated by the central government or Ministry of Health and Welfare. Since then, there are many programs evolved. So the key features of asset-based policy programs in South Korea. I'll explain some changes later, but if you see the CDA here, now it started with one-to-one matching and monthly saving matching cap is about 30,000 and target age is 0 to 18. So the maximum duration of saving is 18. No, of course, there's no work conditions. If they saved in this CDA account, they can use the money to education, startup, housing, medical cost, and also marriage cost. So they can use it multiply. In 2007, this is the information is what happened in 2007 when they opened the saving account in South Korea. At the time, there are just 4 types of children they joined this program. So that's the reason the CDA in South Korea is very special and unique because they target institutionalized children. So they are orphans or foster care and group home and youth-headed families. They joined this program. Then maybe you can ask me back, how can they save? They have no parents, no families. At the time, the policymakers adopt this system, sponsorship. I mean, donation from corporate or individuals. They sponsor, make a donation to this group of children. So they connect this donation to CDA. So that's really unique. So they used this sponsorship program. Then this eligibility target group was at the time is 41,000 children, but by December 2007, about 77% opened this account. So this is the one of a hint. I mean, we talk about in the morning automatic enrollment is very important, but in South Korea it's not. They should fill the form to apply for this CDA account. So this is a really different context. So at the time, incentive is one-to-one matching, but matching rate is increased later. So this is the really brief information about what's going on. So sponsorship, as we have 2 different types of sponsorship, saving from traditional sponsorship, and we also have CDA designated sponsorship. We also provide financial education. It's called a bag of hope. Also, strong collaboration of management among all different parties is really important to make it happen in South Korea. Okay, since 2007, many things have been changed. I mean, they opened this saving program to low-income children at the time aged 12 and 13. Also, they increased the matching cap, $30 to $40. Also, they expanded the age group, 12 to 17. Also, they increased the matching cap in 2020 to $50. So it's keep changing and improving the saving program in CD program itself. Also, matching rate also increased from 1-to-1 to 1-to-2 in 2002. In 2024, the age criteria in low-income groups, they expanded to all children from age 0 to 18. In 2025, this year, income limit also increased to 50% of median income. So as you see, there are a lot of changes in this CDA program. So I'll show you some key information about the participants. So this, depending on the different age group, if you look at this 2024, this number from 2023 is doubled from 99,000 participants to almost 182,000 participants, because we expanded the age group from 0 to 18 in 2024. Also, if you look at the participants by care type, different types of people, if you look at this back to home, institution, foster care, group home, disability facility, this is all children at the child welfare system, I mean institutionalized children. But if you see the poor household, this low income group, this is the majority. About 146,000 children out of these 182,000 participants. So they are consistent of the majority group of CDA participants in 2024. How about the saving performance? This is the information in 2007 at the beginning of the CDA program. If you look at the saving rate is more than 90%. And average monthly savings for institutionalized children or funds is close to 50,000 won. It's very high. Also, though, if you look at the savers, more than 30,000 won or more, this is the welfare children, low-income household children is 63.8% is save more than 30,000 won. Okay, another saving outcomes of graduate. If you look at this number from 2020 to 2024, they were increased from 1,700 to almost 3,100 graduate. If you look at the average savings and average matching and total withdrawal from this CDA account, it's almost 5 million won. In US dollar is like $3,500. So they withdraw this money from CDA account. Okay, this is the key findings from this CDA account in South Korea. Okay, I have 30 seconds to finish my presentation. Okay, challenge. As I said, universality, Korean CDA program is not universal. But in terms of progressiveness, maybe we are targeting low income or institutionalized children. So we are really very close to in terms of a progressive. Lifelong process. Interestingly, I didn't explain detail about the SF-based program in South Korea. After graduation of CDA program, they can apply for saving program for youth, matched saving programs. After youth matched saving program, also they can also apply for another saving programs. So in terms of lifelong process, maybe we have some this type of information. And adequacy, savings in SF-based policy can be inadequate. I just explained about $3,500 at the end. But this coordination between existing policies and programs is very important. Of course, this is the last page. Regular monitoring is needed. Also, evaluation research. We need more information on how they saved and what's the key findings and progress and result of the graduate. In particular, we don't know how CDAs have helped children aged out of the program achieve self-reliance. Unlike to the information presented in the morning, USA CDA policies, actually in Korea, we don't have this kind of research. I mean, long-term evaluation research, so we need it. Also, we need to think about how to expand CDA to low-income household children now, because some ideas is going on to expand the CDA to the income level up to 100,000 median income groups. So that's the really policy discussion going on in South Korea. Okay, this is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Han Kunsunim, for your presentation. I actually a bit close to Korean language, so at least I can understand. So now let us switch to the next presentation. It's all about today's with developmentally challenged children in China. It's Professor Dan So. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm very honored to take part in this very important event centering on CDA and investments in human capital development. In China, we don't have nationwide and systematic CDA program currently. So today I would like to build on a very small-scale pilot study on CDA program implemented over the past few years, and further expand the discussion on how to build financial capability for vulnerable children, as well as strengthening child welfare and child development policies to meet a broader range of children's needs. China's socioeconomic development has had a profound impact on children. The previous one, sorry for that. In terms of like multiple indicators of survival and the development levels of children, but those from poor and disadvantaged of families are still faced with great challenges to realizing their development potential. There are significant disparities among different child groups and across families, such as gaps in access to quality education, public benefits between urban and rural areas in China. We have large numbers of children living in rural areas. And also the recent, but we have seen that the recent decade, we have also witnessed the great achievement of child welfare policies and the systems from ensuring children's basic living security to facilitate their healthy development, including like broaden their access, how to broaden their access to more equal and more quality public services. And we have seen the upgrading of child welfare policies reflected in expansion of targeting groups and the shift of policy focuses. We have seen a larger number of vulnerable children have been included in the scope of national social protection system. Historically, China's child welfare system only targeted orphans and children in most poorest families. But since 2018 and 2019, like children in guardianship difficulties have gained access to assistance. We have subsidies for those orphans, and we call it the de facto orphans, which is those children under the guardianship, lack of parental care, especially living in rural areas. And also, more social services have been made available to left behind children in rural areas and the migrant children in urban cities. And overall, in line with changing demographic structures and the family patterns, child welfare policies have placed increased emphasis on the protection of development of all children. So especially these 5 years, we call it the 14 5-year plan in China. Currently, we are going to enter in the fifth 5-year plan in the next year. And as also Huang Jin mentioned earlier this morning, in July 2025 this year, the Chinese government introduced the universal child care subsidy policy and the 1-year free preschool education policy. which is very, we have seen significant progress in the past 5 years. During the transformation of child welfare policy framework, the perspective of asset building and the financial capability perspective, which is very insightful and hold a significant reference value for China. In the past decade, the concept of lifelong asset building and financial social work has gained increased attention in China in academic research and also in social policy making arena. In particular, the idea of implementation of a CDA program in numerous countries and regions have accumulated robust practical evidence as presented in previous lectures, speeches this morning. And in terms of asset building perspective, we think the family approach is very important in China and also in asset building perspective. Household asset building may interact with parenting practice to influence children's developmental outcomes and result in intergenerational transmission of poverty or vulnerability. A lack of asset accumulation and support, especially during critical life stage transition period in children's growth, can significantly increase the risk of children falling into a lifelong poverty trap. Therefore, we aim to explore how asset building, asset-based or family-centered asset intervention can contribute to child poverty alleviation by breaking this intergeneration cycle of vulnerability. So we, inspired by the asset-based perspective, I have been involved in designing and implementing a small-scale CDA program, intervention program in Shanxi province, targeting mainly on children in poverty and children of parents with disabilities in 2 places in Shanxi province. And I don't want to go through the detailed components, the process of this program, but during the 4-year program implementation, we found that the participation in the program expanded access for children and their parents to financial asset building opportunity and the products that were previously less accessible to this group, especially for children and the parents involved in saving and financial decision-making activities and to also improve their financial skills. Additionally, we found that mutual reinforcing relationship between asset building activities and the family support intervention. Asset accumulation motivated the family to invest more in children's development, especially for their educational resources and educational expectations. While targeted family support in turn boosts the family's ability to sustain long-term savings. So CDA, in this program, we found that the CDA program emerged as a critical mechanism in this dynamic. They effectively amplified the interacting effects of asset building and parental involvement, ensuring that both elements work in maximize the benefit for children. Those are some pictures of the participants and activities in this small program. So overall, we found that CDA program not only support and help children develop a strong sense of self-awareness and confidence in their own growth and development, but also foster positive parenting practice and enhance families' capacity for development, serving as an intermediary mechanism that bridge generations. CDAs play a very important role in helping break the cycle of intergenerational transmission of disadvantage. We are very happy that this program has been selected by the China Association for Social Work Education as a representative case of China's poverty social work participating in the National Poverty Alleviation Action. And we also have a book. The name is Anti-Poverty Social Work from an Asset Building Perspective, co-edited by Professor Huang Jin and me and several other colleagues. Were released in 2 years ago. Finally, we found, based on this program's experience, we found that the CDA program can serve as a valuable model for asset building policies, focusing on child development and human development in general. As I said, China will enter its fifth five-year plan period starting next year, continuing to consolidate achievement of poverty alleviation, advancing comprehensive rural revitalization, and promoting high-quality population development will remain among the key priorities for China's economic and social development. And the concept of investing in people was specifically highlighted in China's government work report this year, and also the fifth five-year plan starting from next year. So it is essential to incorporate financial capability and asset building approach into the broader national policy agenda. And in this context, we also need to build, I think that it's very important to build a strong policy synergies to integrate the population policy and the child development policy. And we have seen the child care subsidy program is mainly on how to boost fertilities, but it's very important to value and children for their long-term development. So I'm very much looking forward to exchange more with our colleagues from Kazakhstan and other nations and places to work together for a shared future of development for children in the long run. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Dan. And now we have our colleague who is Assistant Professor of the Department of Public Affairs and Administration, representing Minchuan University, Dr. Li Qinlin, with the title Saving Accounts for the Education and Development of Children and Teenagers. Dr. Li, please, the floor is yours.
Hi, everybody can hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yes, nice. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, it's really pity that I cannot be there in person to discuss with you about the CDA in Taiwan, but I'm still very grateful that I can attend online. Yeah, so if you can see my PowerPoint. Yeah, probably. Okay, this is my topic is saving account for education and development of children and teenagers in Taiwan. Well, there is a proverb in Taiwan, investing in children is investing in the future of the family. Our government launched the Children and Youth Future Education and Development Account policy in 2017. Hoping to combine the two strategies of education, investment, and assets building to improve the problem that children cannot choose their own future due to poverty. According to the program regulation, the participants of the program are children and teenagers born after January 1st, 2015. From low-income household and middle-low-income household, and also children and teenagers placed in institution for a long time until they are 18 years old. This is expected that to start saving money from birth and use it for higher education, vocational training, employment, or entrepreneurship after the age of 18. And this is also try to prevent them from falling into a vicious circle of low income, low education, and low social participation when they grow up. Okay, about the policy, the monthly fixed deposit for children are 500, 1,000, and 1,250 Taiwanese dollar, which means 16, 33, 42 in US dollar. The deposit method adopts the one-to-one matching, which means you save $1 and the government will save one as well. The annual matching is kept at 15,000 Taiwanese dollar, and the maximum deposit could be 30,000 or more a year. And the maximum deposit in 18 years is 540,000 in Taiwanese dollar, which means 18,000 in US dollar. And in this program, the participation is voluntary and the financial education is also provided. We can see this graph. According to the statistic from Ministry of Health and Welfare at the end of 2024, there are more than 35,000 parents. They apply for the account. With this application rate is about 64% and the deposit rate is about 86%. Since every participant in this program has to deposit for 18 years, this is quite long, and therefore the long-term follow-up study mechanism for participants is planned. So we decide a panel study design, and it is expected that the follow-up survey will be conducted on the same sample every 4 years. In 2019, that was the first wave data were conducted. And in 2023, a second wave of survey was conducted. And we did the face-to-face interview, and the social workers help us to conduct this information. And we gather the information regarding as family, economic conditions, employment status, parenting attitude, and so on in these 7 parts. Okay, let me quick share the first wave data first. And actually, there were no significant difference between account holder and non-account holder in the first wave survey. But we try to compare the parents with account, those who belong to low-income household and those who belongs to middle low-income household. We can see that they have higher level of depressive mood, poor self-concept, and perceived poor economic conditions. Okay, then we can see more policy effects from the second wave. We conduct the data from parents with accounts and without accounts. Both group are more than 1,000 parents. We can see the deposit status of those who open the accounts. The average total number of deposit is 40 times, okay? And the total deposit amount is 100,000 Taiwanese dollar. It's close to 3,200 US dollar. Okay, then we deeply analysis the second wave data from the parents with account and without account. First, we discuss the family financial pressure. We can say that using the t-test to compare, it is found that the financial pressure of parents without account is significantly higher than those with account. And higher proportion of parents without account believe that economic situation has become worse in the past year. Regarding the future, future economic status of the family, a higher proportion of parents with account believe that the situation is likely to improve. And also the employment situation. The proportion of parents with account are currently 4. But a higher proportion of parents without accounts, they are unemployed and unable to find a job. And the third part is most important is educational expectation. There is a significant difference between parents with account and without account. There are 41% of parents with account think that a college degree is very important. And there are 69% of parents with account expected their children's highest education will be college or above. And also nearly 50% of parents with account think it is very important for their children to go to college. And in this second wave survey, we also did the in-depth interview. And because we tried to learn more about their experience, and we did 22 interview and 12 with account and 10 without account. Since participation is in this program is voluntary, what facts motivate them to save money on schedule is really curious. We are quite curious about this, so I tried to just share these findings to all of you. Yeah, first is parents with lower financial pressures are more that they have more stable savings, like dual income families and more children born before 2016. And also parents with a positive attitude toward better family economy, like they have more financial literacy, or they have other deposits or insurance. And the last is high expectation for children's education, and they also have better parent-children relationships. Okay, and let's come to my implication. We suggest that we should strengthen the service role of social worker in this program to help family about their economic empowerment and to early identification that those family needs, and also provide more services or more resource on employment. And also, we think it is very important to emphasize the financial literacy program to alleviate financial stress and so on. And also development educational campaign on the long-term benefit of saving children's education is quite important as well. Okay, then this is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Lee. Now let us switch to the question and answer session. And I was actually a little bit very much inspired by our distinguished Dr. Jean, who used AI to create his welcoming remarks. So I asked Gemini about our particular panel and what AI think is important about CDA's policy in special circumstances, especially in the context of your presentation. So, but I'm not gonna do a bad moderating, giving all the responsibility to AI. That's why I'm gonna combine these two questions to one another. In case of Korea and China, we see very important economic shifts. I mean, the very inspiring moments where what Chinese government managed to do with the poverty and economic growth. At the same time, in terms of Korea, we have vice versa demographic situation rather than, for example, in Kazakhstan here, with a real big question of aging. But at the same time, we need to think about the special circumstances, their own rights. I'm more connected with the Kazakh content, for example. Here in Kazakhstan, we very focused to provide the same opportunities for children with disabilities to study in ordinary schools, if the medical circumstances is fine to attend simple schools. So, starting from Professor Han, in the Korean context, how effective are current post-care transition programs in ensuring that funds accumulated through any existing CDA-like structures are utilized efficiently by young adults after they leave institutional age?
Let me use Gemini to answer back to you. Okay, that's very specific questions to my presentation. There could be many different shifts. I mean, I explained 8 to 9 types of participants, children in my CDA account. They shift always from institution to back to their family, or some of them in group home care to facility care, disability care centers to their families. So all this is shift. But in our CDA program, they now allow keep saving wherever they go. So that's the first issues in terms of the CDA programs. Then after that, maybe, as I said, there's no specific evaluation studies, how they change it, how this CDA policy and program really helped them to achieve self-reliance and so on. So it's quite challenging to answer to specific answers to that questions. Yeah, that's a little limitation. So, but okay.
Maybe we have any question from audience. Please raise your hand and introduce yourself. We have a question here.
Thank you. My name is Polina. I'm from Applied Linguistics, the first-year student. If we mentioned to ask question which is worried me for years, can AI be used in education? Because I had seen a lot of cases then teachers try to make us students, not in our university, but especially in school, to use it in educational goals. However, I think we just lost our time. And if we can use it somehow beneficial, how it could be?
Well, thank you, Paulina. If we turn the question on responsible AI and its connection to CDA's policy. For example, we have a very understandable situation that we need to provide an equal rights or special tools to be sure that the children in special circumstances are treated equally, right? So can AI serve as, or what do you think about using AI in CDA's policy for children in special circumstances? Who would like to start with this question?
I think AI is a very useful tool in terms of providing social services to children with special circumstances. I want to expand the AI's appliance from education to the broader, like public services. For example, last month I went to villages in China, in southwestern China, and they are exploring how to apply AI into the rehabilitation services for autism children. Because those children with autism, they are not able, it's very sometimes impossible to accessible for those rehabilitation services in like hospitals or agencies. Now they are designing the AI technologies in the household to help those children to like interacting with AI to improve their language skills and improve their physical, like emotional skills. I think the AI has a lot of potential, not only for the education, but for broader areas of children's services. Of course, also we can also explore how to use AI in CDA programs. Yeah.
And if I may ask Professor Han about your truth on AI and CDA.
Okay, that could be one of the future research topics. How can AI apply to CDA policy programs? But there could be many areas. I mean, if some families are eligible for CDA program, but they didn't apply for it, then maybe AI system can identify which families are really eligible for that, then they let them know, apply for it, or maybe they can check up the monthly savings performance. Then they can let them know, oh, you forgot to save this month, or maybe some warning signal to their families who saved not, or maybe at the end, maybe they at the end of 18 years long saving, maybe they can let them know how can use. Maybe some guideline of the uses of saving monies. So that there could be a lot of methods which can be applied to these CDA programs, the AI.
You know that here in Kazakhstan, we pay special attention to AI development, especially this year. We turned our digital ministry, our Ministry of Digitalization, Aerosphere and Innovation to the Ministry of AI and Innovation. So we are really focused in the broader discussion how we can implement AI in any aspect of our daily life and governmental policy. On your idea to give AI enough data, raw data, to analyze situation in family and to follow a principle of so-called invisible government. So, for example, we have a new initiative launched by our digital ministry called Digital Passport of the Family. So it's actually analyzed. Do you have any property, your annual income, how many adult person you have in your family, how many elderly or children you have in your family, is that enough according to the minimal standards or cost of living here in Kazakhstan? And if not, what type of governmental support we can arrange automatically without a formal application from the family, especially because of, well, let's call it, financial aspect is always sensitive for any family in needs, and especially for children in needs, because, well, 20 years ago we had a practice to engage with NGOs and to collect a different help for family in needs, especially for children in the beginning of the school year. Now we count this practice unethical, for example. That's why I really believe AIization or broader implementation of AI is quite promising, especially for Kazakh case. I have one more question for Dr. Deng, because China's focus on social development is evolving rapidly. For children with developmental challenges, the definition of development is actually likely beyond pure financial savings. And all of the idea with CDA is actually touch more financial aspects. So how does the design or any working structure of CDA needs to be fundamentally different to accommodate ongoing, I don't know, medical, special educational, or assistive technology needs of the students or children in need, rather than just standard education costs?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think our next speaker may also touch about that. I think we discussed this a long time about the CDA program potential in China. I think based on our small-scale pilot program experience, we think a CDA can serve as a mediating mechanism or platform to integrating all different kinds, all sorts of social services, including educational goals and also psychology needs, and also child protection services. Because we don't have that platform or mechanism yet in China. So like social assistance or subsidies for those orphans and children in poverty, it's really fragmented scheme. So we do need that kind of platform or program to not only in the financial part, but also in terms of social service needs and also public service needs to make all children can have very easy, accessible or contact point to enjoy the benefits. Yeah, and like not only in cash transfer but also like social services.
Thank you, Dr. Deng. We are actually a little bit out of the time. That's why I want to wrap up our panel based on the cases of two very important countries whose models was always quite inspiring for Kazakh model. I mean, Korea and China. Well, here in Kazakhstan, we follow a policy of one China policy. That's why I would love to today to talk about Korea and China. So both of the countries has their own specific circumstances, and at the same time, based on the demographic, economic, and the rest of the needs, they still try to create a comprehensive model to support the children with special circumstances, including students with or children with disabilities, and in economic troubles. That's why I want once again to thank my brilliant panelists. Let me join me on the round of applause for our panelists. And let me switch the floor to two brilliant moderators who are gonna moderate a third panel on data reporting for learning and impact. I would love to invite Huan Jin and my colleague Elmira Munbaeva gonna moderate this panel. But we will have a 1 minute break to change the names. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I can sit over there, so that way it's easier for you to manage. Do you want to do that? Okay. Yeah. Okay. And we'll just.
Okay, dear listeners and speakers, guests and students, let's start our final panel, the third one, which is called Data Reporting for Learning and Impacts. We'll be having 4 presenters and then Q&A session, okay? The first one is Shulpan Aitmetova. She's co-founder of Zirteo Research Institute, senior lecturer of University of International Business. And then we'll be having Vugar Bayramov, founder and chairman of Center for Economic and Social Development. And Vugar has been also a member of Parliament of Azerbaijan since 2020. Then we'll be having Erden Chimek Tserender, hopefully I pronounced it correctly, founding director of Center for Social Work Excellence of Mongolia. She's a founding director of this Mongolian center, and she has a degree from Washington University. Also, we'll be having Suiling Zhang. She's Senior Research Fellow of China Population and Development Research Center. And if you're ready, let's start with our first presenter, Shulpan Aitmetova. Her topic is Perspective from Government Agency Tracking and Reporting on Kazakhstan's CDAs. So she's the first presenter who's be dealing more deeply in this CDA policy. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. My name is Shulpan Aitmetova, and I'm from Kazakhstan and from Almaty. I came from Zirteo Research Institute, and today I will share my thoughts about tracking and open data from CDA program in Kazakhstan, and what released officially so far. And I will focus on 3 things. And the first things are how this mechanism works in Kazakhstan, what the data already shows to us, and what is still missing to make this data truly decision ready. So the framework of CDA mechanism in Kazakhstan. There is several main actors in this process and in this mechanism. First, the first actor is the National Bank, who manages national fund and calculate this average income, investment income each year. And this data transferred to Unified Pension Fund. And Unified Pension Fund receives this also all child data from the state database, e-government, and calculate this claim per child and keep records. And at age 18, the claim becomes targeted savings in USD dollars and named account in Unified Pension Fund, and could be used only for education and or housing via operators. So, and if funds unused for 10 years, the money moves to voluntary pension fund. So there are clear roles and predictable pipeline how CDA framework works in Kazakhstan. The next is quite difficult to see, but this information where beneficiaries are from. So by the end of 2024, the coverage CDA program was almost 7 million children. 6.9 children have SDA account. So, but there are interesting to note that nearly half, 36% of future beneficiaries concentrated in 5 regions. In Turkestan region, Almaty city, Almaty region, Shymkent, and Astana. Which says that government and local authorities should design policy now to meet this future demand, high demand, this post-school education or housing in this region. If we look to date by birth year cohort, yeah, this X-axis shows the birth years cohort from 2007 to 2024, and the Y-axis the number of children who already have SDA account as of end of 2024. So this line shows how big each birth cohort in the CDA today. And the peak is 2020 and 2021. Strong years 2014 and 2019, and small cohort at both ends. And again, why this line, why it matters is because this curve is a calendar for action. Each cohort turns 18, the matching year, and it tells government and local authorities when and where to phase in to organize or to make condition for post-school education or for housing for these youngsters. And this cohort occurs calendar for capacity, not just picture of the past, yeah? And what data says? So, we already said the coverage of 7 million children. And I already mentioned that top 5 regions consist almost half of children of Kazakhstan. And right now, we have this right now, results is modest. The cohort was who born in 2006 and turned already 18. They got only $100, and the next cohort who was born in 2007, they obtained about more than $200. It's more, yeah, maybe right now it's quite modest, but as we see this more long-term project, and we see real results in 15 years. So yeah, and to keep when this amount of investment income will be accumulated until 18 years. Yeah. So, and horizons only right now we have only 2 accrual years. So, what we have from data publicly available on National Bank website. There is, so we have accumulated annual $1.5 billion on this program. And we could see the increasing transfers by year from $31 million to $76 million. It will be like forecast by the end of this year. So, and what is important that this program is universal for all children in Kazakhstan, and every child is taken into account. So what is next? Which means what kind of data is still missing to make more clear and more transparent this program. We need to publish KPI and SLA, so we don't know how many percent of this accrual incomes already used by children who already turned 18, yeah, from this to 26 and 27. And use it by purpose, the percentage, yeah, how many percent of them use it to education or to the housing, for the housing. And next, on climate balances, so we don't know. And for example, according to these program rules, who change their citizenship, if children change their citizenship, they are not eligible for this program. So how many children change their citizenship, yeah? And the most maybe important data we're still missing is disaggregation by gender, gender disaggregated data, and disability, and orphans, and by we have data by region, but we don't have data by urban or rural level. So it's our recommendation what we have to do to make this program more strong, more transparent, and to have this data more maybe decision ready to maybe formulate a future framework for policy. So we need to publish annual public report, National Fund for Children, so which could be, and the results and performance which will contain. And we should fix this publication date, publication on the same date each year so everyone knows when to expect it, yeah? And the next one, so it's an open format, open data format, not in PDF. So, and researchers could use it, yeah, for their maybe some research purposes. And independent audit on the report and the dashboard. And citizen feedback loop with CLA or peers. So by looking at annual report, open data, and audited number, plus fast feedback from the, we can turn this SDA data into transparent and data-driven public services. And at the end, I would like to say that we have this revolutionary program. It's bold, and maybe again, it was said many times that first in the world policy. But if we make data public, timely, and disaggregated, and we can plan capacity, and the families will use this fund well. So, and the research can learn and improve. So, thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We'll be having Q&A section after all presenters. So thank you very much. Let's invite our next presenter, Vugar Bayramov, with his topic of perspective from research and policy discussion in Azerbaijan. The floor is yours.
Oh, sorry. So I have to start again. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks so much, Madam Chair. First of all, I would like to thank Madam Lee and ITA team for inviting me here. It's a real honor for me to be here and also to address to the audience. As Madam Chair mentioned here, I am from Azerbaijan. I am a member of the parliament. At the same time, I am founder of the think tank, which is called CEST, is the Center for Economic and Social Development. CEST is the first independent think tank in Azerbaijan. We are also top think tank according to European ranking in Southern Caucasus and Central Asia. And we do implement several projects and also research projects in Azerbaijan, mainly focus on the social security programs, at the same time gender equality. Recently, actually, not recently, like last 2 years, we also try to be very active in the conflict resolution to support peace agenda between Azerbaijan and Armenia. Of course, data is key because for any reforms and also for implementing new programs, data and at the same time reliable data is very important. Since actually we have majority in our audience students, just very briefly I would like to present economic data of Azerbaijan. As you know, Azerbaijan is located actually the western part of the Caspian Sea, and between Azerbaijan and Kazakhstan there is Caspian Sea, since actually Kazakhstan is the eastern part of the Caspian Sea and Azerbaijan is the western part. We are 10 million population. GDP, nominal GDP is 75 billion, and Azerbaijan is one of the few countries that our strategic currency reserves is more than GDP. Since actually Azerbaijan nominal GDP is 75 billion, but currency reserves is more than 75 billion. It's near to 82 billion USD. And GDP is 92% of the total Azerbaijan reserves, and of course the foreign trade and foreign trade is about 1/3 of GDP in Azerbaijan. Of course, social data is very important in order to see whether actually CDA is possible actually to be implemented in Azerbaijan, and how actually we can reach this goal. Fiscal expenditure in Azerbaijan, which is actually expenditure from the state budget in 2025 is around 10 billion USD, which is the 45% of total fiscal expenditure. And social expenditure per capita is around 1,000 USD, and then nominal income of population is around 50 billion, again USD. For the CDA, I think if you look at the Azerbaijan case, of course, being here is really very fruitful and useful for me because as a member of the parliament, for me it's important not only actually to see and to learn best practice, but also to learn, to be familiar with the lessons to learn it. Since actually Kazakhstan is the single only country from the region which actually apply CDA program, for us it's really important to learn Kazakhstan case and in order to recommend and also offer more reliable program and plan to the government of Azerbaijan. As you know, it was a peace agreement between Azerbaijan and Armenia, which signed in August in Washington, D.C. This year with the support from White House, and the peace agreement actually was signed also in D.C. in White House. So this is why actually I was thinking to touch this point, because peace not only has economic dividends, peace also has social dividends, social advantage for both countries, for Azerbaijan and Armenia, because war between Azerbaijan and Armenia was around 40 years. Some years actually we had war, but some years we had conflict. but almost 40 years, Azerbaijan and Armenia was in the conflict station. So that means actually both sides spent a lot of money for military costs. And only Azerbaijan military expenditure was 58 billion manat, which around 45 billion USD for last 2 decades, for last 20 years. And then of course, peace agenda and having a peace treaty between Azerbaijan and Armenia, on the one hand, will reduce military costs. On the other hand, actually will reopen communication between Azerbaijan and Armenia. Because I am also a member of the Azerbaijan-Armenian Economic Dialogue Platform, and we often, delegation from Armenia and our delegation, which actually consisting of the 4 people from each country, we are often having tete-a-tete meetings, face-to-face meetings. As last meeting was in Brussels 2 weeks ago. Then actually we are going to have next meeting in Geneva after my St. Louis trip. So what actually we discuss the reopening of the communication between 2 countries. At the same time, starting or restarting economic and trade relations between Azerbaijan and Armenia. On the one hand, this is economic dividend. On the other hand, cutting costs for war, and also at the same time having trade, economic relations will actually make people better off. And with also research, comparative, we try to assess by using econometric model to assess comparative advantage for items and also sectors for Azerbaijan and Armenia, what actually Azerbaijan can export to Armenia and what actually Azerbaijan can import from Armenia. So this is, we also submit our research to the government of Azerbaijan, and together our colleagues with Armenia also the research funding submit to the government of Armenia. So the idea is to have restart again economic and trade cooperation between 2 countries, which actually this point is very important to have new social programs. It's very important to allocate money or fundings for new social programs like CDA and some other social security programs. Of course, Azerbaijan has been implementing some social programs, and one of them is targeted social assistance program, which is, I think, is unique for the some former Soviet Union countries, like 83,000 families actually are beneficiaries. More than 6,000 people are covered by social security scheme in Azerbaijan, and around 150,000 people are getting monthly social benefits from the state budget. And of course, touching the subject of this conference, for us it's very important also to move forward a child development account. With ITEChin, Dr. Hüseyin, we had already several meetings in Baku. We had discussion with ministers, deputy ministers, chairman of committees, and try to explain why this is program and a child development account is very important. We also conducted survey among population. I think survey results will be available tomorrow in English. That actually will be shared with you, and in order to be familiar actually what how is the public opinion on that program, whether actually the ordinary people or families are ready for a child development account or not. I mean, because on the one hand, it's very important to engage, involve the government and getting, like Kazakhstan, getting funding from the state oil fund. At the same time, it's very important to increase awareness among people, among population, and to get support from population is very important in order to reach. Of course, the Kazakhstan experience, again, is very important for us, not only for the best practice, but also lesson learned. And previous speaker mentioned, like, also, it's very important actually to have like independent audit more transparency and to track funding. It's just not implementing such a program, but at the same time, financing and also implementation should be transparent, and accountability should be high, and people actually should track or follow how money is used within this program. Of course, we have opportunity because, again, fiscal revenue of Azerbaijan are increasing, and we have special fund, state oil fund like Kazakhstan, because there are many similarities between Azerbaijan and Kazakhstan, not only because of our brother country, but also we are also oil and gas producer and exporter country. So this is economy almost similar. We have sovereign fund in Azerbaijan like Kazakhstan has, and then that's actually Kazakhstan experience is really important for us. And again, the reduction of the some costs are mainly related to war or peace, or not, because the peace agenda actually will reduce those costs. Also will allow saving and will allow us to allocate more money for this purpose. My conclusion is that we have fiscal capabilities for implementing this program, and of course this should be new, not merged to active social programs. It should be separate social program. And within this program, we already discussed with Dr. Hüseyinli mechanism how actually and also engage and also support participation of the families, because not only getting subsidy from the state budget, at the same time it's very important that people will be there. People will be part of this program, not only just by financing, but also they feel that this is their own program. It's not just subsidy program. It's just the people, actually family, should feel that this is a special support program. And Dr. Lee mentioned we should invest our children, because no investment for children, no future. This is really, I like and I support. This is really good slogan. We have to support our children, both actually financial or moral, because the supporting children, we will have better future. So thank you very much, and I wish the better future for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your insightful presentation, Mr. Bayramov. We wish you all the best with implementation CD in Azerbaijan. And let us invite our next speaker, Erdene Chimek Tsendorji, Child Money Fund in Mongolia. Thank you.
Hello? Yes. My name is Erdene Chimek. I'm from Mongolia, and I will introduce about our child allowance program and how it evolved over time and what was its impact based on the different evidences. This is the phases that our program evolved. It started as a categorical benefit, one of the categorical benefit for welfare benefit to support families with large families with many children, and it converted into conditional cash, conditional poverty targeted benefit program, and just a moment. And then it becomes, since 2006, it became a universal benefit. So every child receives a monthly benefit. And also we changed it like Human Development Fund, which is like way to distribute countries' mineral resources equally to all citizens. And then during the COVID, it became really the emergency response support to families with children. So post about Mongolia. Mongolia is a country located between China and Russia, and we have only 3.5 million people, but huge land. So it's most sparsely populated country in the world. The 1 kilometer square land, 2 person lives. So, and we were also part of the Soviet bloc. And since 1990s, we moved to this, created new constitution and become the multi-party and democratic country. So this political pluralism really influenced how in this program evolved. So in terms of population composition, we have large children's population. The 37% of the population was children. And the median age is 28, meaning that half of the population is less than 20-year-old. And total birth rate is 2.7, meaning that each woman have a 2.7 births, and the average household size is also small, 3.5 person. So this is the program, how it evolved. So I will introduce by one. So after the transition, we had our new social welfare law, which had the 67 categorical benefits. So it was following the Soviet legacy. We had this huge welfare program, but mainly based on category, because we had no idea how to identify poverty of the households. So this was the cash benefit to support single parents with many children. So then we realized that this was not contributing, categorical benefits not contributing to poverty elevation. So in 2003, we had this new social security sector new social security sector master plan, which say that we should create a system that is targeted to poor households to elevate their poverty. So that's how this next program emerged, conditional poverty targeted cash benefit. So it's also closely related to our election, because every 4 years we have a parliamentary general election. So after election, this program really changed its focus. So 2004, this Democratic Party, at that time it was opposition party, promised that to give every child monthly allowance to every child. So they won this party because of this promise. So since 2005, they started introducing this child money program. And it was at the beginning conditional. So some conditions were introduced in order to get this money. That is, child should be vaccinated and should go into school and not being engaged in child labor and so on. Also, later, this one condition introduced, they should be living with parents, because parents were taking this money, child money, for themselves. So there's new condition introduced. Then after sometimes, also this program found that they have a lot of leakage of the funds, because it was not reaching the poor people, and there was the exclusion error. 46% of the poor households were excluded, but 38% of the families above poverty line were included. So there's a lot of targeting error. Because at that time, only social workers conducted just small interview with families and asked, what is your income source? And then identified who is eligible, who is not. That's why there was a need to, there was an idea that better should be universal, because anyway, we're not reaching the poor people. So since 2006, this program became universal. This also made possible because of our mining revenue. So because we have all of a sudden a lot of money, so we increased the amount of this money given to every child from 30,000 Mongolian tugrik to 20,000 tugrik. And then these windfall profit taxes that when market price for copper and gold increases, so state have this lot of extra fund. So we created this Human Development Fund. Then from this fund, every child received this amount drastically increased. In addition to monthly benefit, also quarterly benefit introduced, and then every newborn child received certain amount, and so on. So this was also transformational because the first time, like this natural wealth of the country were distributed like to everyone. So every family received, every citizen received benefits from this natural wealth. Then by the time 2016 election, after the 2016 election, we had this system called proxy means testing. Every household was identified their living standard according to certain scores. And then we had this huge database that included all households. So that's why when this fund, we had a shortage of funds, government decided that maybe we should give this child benefit only to those like 80 to 90% of the households, not like 100%, because anyway, some people didn't want this small money on monthly basis. So then there was, this was a huge problem because there was a lot of administrative cost to identify these 80 to 90% of the households. So, for example, our local social workers were overloaded with this child money request. Instead of providing services to poor households, they were just busy with identifying households for child money program. So, because of these huge administrative costs, we made it again the universal program become universal. So that this universal program, it automatically transfers to the bank account, and family choose which bank they want to open account, and then it just monthly basis automatically transfers on child's name. And then during COVID, this was very, very useful because as a COVID response, we increased amount per child. So it becomes like $36 for monthly basis every child. So this later found that it had a very positive impact on families during the COVID to overcome the COVID impact. 90% of the households, the CMP beneficiary households, say that this really helped them to overcome this COVID shock and so on. So this is how this Mongolian policies evolved over time. Now every child receives this $36 monthly basis. Oh, okay. This is the tax-funded universal. This automatical transfer of payment paid in cash, and benefit amount is almost 50 to 40% of the minimum living standard of the family. So these are some effects, how it affected the poverty elevation. There's many studies that although the program is not progressive, meaning that every child receives same amount, it has a very progressive effect because larger families tend to be poor, and the families with disabled members tend to be poor. So that's why it affected positively to poverty elevation. And UNICEF also found that it contributed to the child poverty, like 5%. Okay, and then also it contributed to reducing inequality. There's some researchers studied that how it impacted on the Gini coefficient and so on, and they found that a positive effect on reducing inequality. And see this 2011 study say that this transfer, like 70% of the poor households, increased the expenditure of the transfer amount to 70% of the poor households' expenditure, but there's only 5% of the top decile. So this means that it has more positive effect on. Okay, so this is the final, that this Universal Child Allowance Program impacted on poverty and inequality, and because it's based on the principle of equality and non-discrimination, and also it became a development transfer from natural wealth of the country, redistributing country's wealth equally. And during the emergency, it became emergency support for families. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your interesting presentation about Mongolian case. And we will be moving to our last presenter, who is Suiling Zhang. She'll be presenting about evolution of Chinese childcare subsidiary system. Welcome.
Right one, it's okay. So the previous colleague said she's from the very less population country. Now let's ask to the most populous country of China to see what's happened in our country. Actually, as Professor Deng mentioned, in China, until currently, we didn't have this kind of CDA account for the policy in China. I think from this background, we used to face population growth pressure. So I think the government mainly treats to save money or for the future for the children is the family's responsibility. It's not the government's responsibility. But now we shifted to the depopulation stage. So this year we have a new policy. So today I will share with you briefly. So where is the sticker? Yes, here in the morning session, Professor Huang Jin also mentioned this news. Yes, we start from July. We have this policy. It's called child care subsidy, but because it only covers the family with children under 3 years old, I would like to call it a parenting subsidy. It's not for longer period. It's only for before the children go to the kindergarten, you have some subsidies from the central government. And also the money is not so big scale. We can see it's 3,006 yuan. It's like $500 per year. It could relieve some burden, but you cannot totally count on this kind of subsidies to raise the children. And but for the population size, we could see, based on the total population size of China, we can see it's 20 million families could be benefit from this subsidy policy. And this background, what happened in this year, if we could take it as a new start for our country to spend more on the children's future and to give them, a sight for the future. And first look at how it's happening. We can see here the number of buses, how it changes over time. We can see 20 years ago, it's around 60 million. And then we have the new policy, selective two-child policy, and also universal two-child policy goes up a little bit, but after pandemic period, we share the same situation with other country. So it's declined again. But if we take this number in mind, if there will be a CDA policy, how the number of the buses, the children we could put, and how much big money we should prepare for. And also the fertility, this is the background, what happened in China, so the total fertility decline very dramatically. And also we face the problem for the aging issue. So we can see we face low fertility with the aging population increased so much. Until last year, there's 300 million people aged 60 plus. And we go to the depopulation stage in 2022. It means in the future, the population size of China will keep declining. This is the situation. And why the people postpone to have children? It means the raising the children and it's very high in China. The family want to spend a fortune on their children to ensure they could have a better life and a better job, better education. So within this background, the government do this kind of national policy deployment to start to introduce the child subsidies. Even it's very small size, but still it's a new start. And now it's highly covered by the state government. The national level will cover 90% of this cost. The local will be only the 10%. And if you are rich for the local government, you can put more, but it's your choice. Your capacity is to ensure your local level could benefit more. And actually, from 2021, there's a lot of provincial level or county level, they already have this kind of policy. But we see here, the samples here show you, but it differs from birth order and it differs by the type. Some is one-time subsidy, some is per month, some is per year, so it's very different. And most of the province, they didn't treat the first birth to this kind of policy. So this year, within the national policy, every birth, regardless of the birth order, they treat the same, they get the same allowance from the government. So this happened before the national policy. So we can see this policy, the pilot policy, based on the local level to give some reference for the national level. So they established a new policy in this year and to make it real. And so now the policy is beneficial to all. All the family have children and 3, they could receive the money. And also it's matched with the local capacity. 90% is covered by national level, but the 10% is by you. If you have extra money, you can give them more. It means the money depends on you, maybe $1,000 if you could support in future. And also it's full covered. Forget about the birth order and forget about the rural-urban difference, and it's standard settled by the national level. And also it's easy accessible by the system. You can apply for the money by your phone with some app. It's very easy. But the problem here is within this system, most of the regions, the money go to mother's bank account. It's not go to the children's account. It means that we didn't set the children's account for them. It means how the family uses this kind of money, we don't know. Maybe some use on the children, but maybe not. So that's a problem. That's the system we talk about today, how to ensure the money we spend is for children, for their future, for their human development. So that's for the problem here. Actually, even we didn't have the CDA policy, the government always treats the human development with very high priority. So we know we have a national strategy called high quality population development. And under this roof, I think in China, the medical security and also the education is well covered. We can see here for the preschool education and also the 9-year compulsory education is fully covered. And even we have a very higher enrollment rate to college level. But compared to the child subsidy policy, as our Director Zhang mentioned in the morning, we have 200 million children under 15, but now we only have 20 million children covered by the child subsidy policy. There's a big gap. How could we do? How we do it better? How we do it efficiently and also sustainable in the future? I think you all provide very insightful information. But when it comes to China, everything will become very difficult. So, and also here we see the coverage. For the child subsidy system, we only cover under age 3. So many countries, until 18, 16, 15, it means the children could get long-term subsidies from the program or funding. So how we manage this kind of limited of age. So I think here, I have to stop here. So it means we are looking forward to any comments, and I think China is open to do change. I think the government is always determinative and a very strong support, and it's easy to learn and to make it practice. And our center is also, we also are think tank, the national think tank, and our research is mainly policy decision-making driven. So welcome to any comments and suggestions for your research. And we wish future Professor Lee's, the number counting for the children covered by the CDA will be enlarged after China makes it happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zhang, for your presentation. And welcome for Q&A session, right?
Thank you very much for 4 excellent presentations from our distinguished speakers. I'm going to take advantage of as a co-moderator here and ask some questions first. And if we have any questions in the audience, feel free. Oh, we have quite some questions. Okay, so I'm going to ask some quick questions first, and then we will open this to the audience. Oh, okay, that's fine. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Good day, everyone. My name is Nurayam, second year study of the International Journalism School. Thank you for all of the speakers. It was very interesting to see how different the approaches are implementing of the STA program. And my question is all of your speakers. After your experience, what do you see as the biggest lesson or key success factors that could help for other countries design more inclusive and effective STA policies? Thank you.
Thank you for the great question. And for Kazakhstan, it's quite early to say about first results because it's just started in only 2 years. And but I think Kazakhstan SDA program is well organized because we have this high level of digitalization. We have this our e-government program. We have this database of all of children. So we can say all this program is universal and all children is covered. So there are no missed person in Kazakhstan. Maybe which ensures inclusiveness. And but there are some challenges because there are only 2 purposes how this SDA program could be used only for housing and education. And when we take into account these children with disabilities and these instant disabilities, like mental disabilities, who cannot afford education, yeah, and we should think about them, how to organize this program more inclusive for them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a really good question. I would like to counter my colleague's last point regarding the inclusiveness. I mean, this CDA inclusiveness should not be only between rich and poor people or families. Inclusiveness means also like disabled people should be included and more inclusive in the program. Gender inclusiveness. So we need to just because in some cases actually we only focus on to get more like poor people or poor children to be more support. But of course we need to see other inclusiveness. Again, disabled people and gender inclusiveness. But at the same time, I think we need to like Azerbaijan, which actually we are thinking and discussing whether actually how we can implement this initiative or program in our country. It's very important to see what challenge we are faced for implementing this program, and actually what impact or output we will have after or starting implementation of this program. We need to actually do risk assessment and to assess what challenge we are facing and how we can overcome those challenges, and what actually impact would be, and also tangible output, what actually tangible output we will have by implementing this program, how actually be impact on education and human development and some other issue. I mean, it's very important to see, to assess impact and output, which should be tangible. And of course, it's for some cases, I mean, it's not about the finance. It's just if you have money, you can start CDA program. I don't think this is, I don't support, because finance is okay, maybe one of the keys, but at the same time, it's very important to have, again, risk assessment, to see, to assess impacts and outputs. And then, of course, then you will have very fruitful or more productive program. And of course, then while implementing the program, it's very important to have, my colleague mentioned here, to have transparency. Enhancing transparency is very important. Tracking each money, each cent is very important. Accountability is very important. So there are many the criteria that actually we have to follow during the implementation of this program.
Thank you for your question. As I mentioned in my presentation, this universal is very important because we have experienced like being targeted, how these downfalls of the targeted programs, like when this program is targeted, then some 10% of the household didn't want this because of the threat of stigma. When there is a targeted, like people called, you are poor because you're receiving this, then there is a stigma. So universal is better. From Mongolia case, it was very clear. And then secondly, this political support is very important. See, because during election, these two big political parties were debated, so it really moved forward our agenda. So, but we need, as researchers, we need to provide like clear evidence to policymakers and decision makers, because in Mongolia case, these big international organizations like World Bank and UNICEF were doing research and providing this evidence to the government. So this is not effective, this is the effective, and so on. So this is very useful. And then I think it's really contributed to youth empowerment because they feel this like money, they're entitled to this amount, and then within the household, they make in the decision making how this money is spent. Unfortunately, there is no clear study done on this, but we really observe from our life that many youth like have more voice within their family like budget, because they can say that I want to spend this, I want to save this, or like that in perspective in decision making. So, yeah.
Okay. If I would like to share, I think is in the national level there should be a vision to, it's an integrated vision to put the children's development as a high priority. Because we have different ministry, actually they put each perspective of children development on their focus. But when all these policies come together, maybe not go to the same direction, it's a coherence. Like the Ministry of Health, of course they care about the children's health, but for their side, maybe different policy cannot be much more strong power together. So I mean, in the national level, you must be a national vision and to get them combined and to not piece by piece policy. It should be under the same roof to do the same orientated policy or program. I think this is one side. And let me see. I can stop here if later I
Thank
can
you very
share
much.
with you. Thank you.
Is it? Thank you very much for joining us. My name is Ayolam. I'm the fourth year student of International School of Journalism. And my question is for all of us. How do you see what degree can child development account policies serve as instrument of intergenerational equality, one truly able to assist children from vulnerable backgrounds in escaping the cycle of poverty? Furthermore, is it possible to assert that these accounts do more than just establish a financial safety net, but also cultivate new attitudes in children?
Yeah, I also mentioned in my presentation that it really contributes to poverty elevation of the poor households. Like I mentioned, this child benefit becomes 70% of the expenditure of the households when they are poor, but only 5% when they are rich. So that means for rich families, it's just pocket money for their children, but for poor households, it's really their major part of the expenditure. So second part, I also responded partially because it really helped the youth empowerment. And in Save the Children, Mongolia implementing one project on youth financial empowerment project. So they teaching children how to spend their money more wisely and how to develop business plan and so on. So it linked to this child money program, it works very well. So it really contributes to youth development and child development.
Again, it should not be just subsidy or financial support for poor families, because first of all, actually should change behavior of families, behavior of children. At the same time, families actually should take part in the program and feel that they are actually engaged in the program, just not getting subsidy, not getting financial support, because changing behavior is very important. You can, if you can, using such a program, if you can positively change behavior of people, families or children, then actually we can also get better future because it's more quality approach that changes behavior. And my point is that actually CDA again should not be subsidy, should change behavior for positively change behavior of families and children, and they should be actively participation in designing and also implementing of that program.
Okay, that's great. I just want to add a quick comment about Uga's suggestion. Point here, it's about behavior change. So from our Seed OK policy experiment, you see that CDA, it's not just a financial vehicle, right? It also changed parents' expectations, the parenting behavior, and also children's social emotional development and the behavior problems. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, any other questions from the audience? We are already kind of 20 minutes behind the program, and I actually have quite a lot of questions. I will ask our panelists privately after. Otherwise, we have to stay here 1 more hour. Okay, so let's turn to our final stage of the symposium. We are going to have Provost Anna to summarize the conference. Yeah, thank you. So can we go downstairs? Yeah, okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, dear speakers, and of course, dear students. By sitting here, I'm so proud of the questions of students that we're asking to our key speakers. And our students of International School of Journalism, they were very effective, I think, and curious. And I'm quite proud of them. So, and today's symposium serves as a remarkable platform for sharing global expertise on child development account CDA policy. And I think that today's topic, the National Fund for Children in Kazakhstan, Policy Innovation and Potential for Global Impacts, is just not the occasion. So in 2024 and 2025, over $1.5 billion has been transferred to the account of children here in Kazakhstan from their birth to 18 years period. And I think that it's one of the first and very tangible steps towards the comprehensive and well-being for young citizens of Kazakhstan. At our university, at Maksut Narikpayev University, our mission is to serve nation by providing affordable and high-quality education. So hosting the symposium today, and today's symposium reflects our commitments to fostering academic dialogue and contributing expertise to school policy development, to social policy development. And today, at the first panel, we had key speakers, and I would like to thank the representatives from the ministry, from Majlis of our parliament, and the Commissioner for Children's Rights for their continued partnership and support. And we are also very grateful to our international partners, especially for Washington University and St. Louis, for their organization and sharing best practices, and also our guests from Singapore, China, Azerbaijan, Korea, Mongolia, and the USA. I think that such exchange help us better understand global approaches and refine Kazakhstan's own CDA policy. So, and of course, on behalf of the university, I extend my sincere appreciation and gratitude to all participants and wish you all continued success in your important work. Thank you.
Okay, I'm now the final person between your whole day busy, productive symposium and the rest of the day you can enjoy the rest of the day. So I will be very quick to have a quick summary here, okay? Thank you to Provost Anna and our distinguished colleagues and our partners from Kazakhstan and around the world. It has been an inspiring day for learning. We heard about the vision of NFC here, about the implementation and mechanism progress, and about research and practice in many countries. So let me offer a brief summary and some forward-looking reflections on how we can use policies, research, evidence, and data to build stronger future for child development and population growth. And we have presentation today from Kazakhstan, Singapore, United States, Azerbaijan, Korea, mainland China, and Taiwan, Mongolia, covering about 23% of the world population and 15% of world's total land area. So that's a big population here, right? And it's clear that life costs human development. Starting with child development, it's critical for population development, high quality population development, and can be considered a social investment strategy for sustainable global social development. So we observe two pillars of human development framework today, including both family income support, like child subsidies, child allowance program, and the family asset building, CDAs. And they are both important and complementary to each other. Asset building probably is more critical in terms of when we think about long-term development or life cost development. So I have three observations from today's symposium very quickly. The first one is about global network and mutual learning. One of today's most encouraging things has been mutual learning. And I think one potential future direction is to build a global network of CDAs and also child subsidies that connects these efforts through shared research, evidence, and policy development. So our Brown School, we have our Tammy, our director of programs here. Definitely, she can support this kind of global network development. The second idea, second observation, it's about data, research, and evidence. Okay, so I think evidence, it's not only for evaluation, and it's also a tool for design, for policy design. So when we analyze United States state CDA policy program across 18 years, we found that policy with automatic account enrollment, automatic deposit, they can deliver better outcomes for less cost. So we really need to explore all kinds of data mechanism and research to support our policy development and the policy implementation. And the third one, the final one, very quickly, it's about policy development pipeline. So when we examine these countries, we observe today, we cover today, they are in a policy development pipeline. For example, Singapore is most advanced with asset building policy, and Kazakhstan now has established this nationwide national fund for children. And we also have some other countries like some other areas like Taiwan, Korea, they are in the middle. They already have certain policy and programs for specific population. And some other countries and areas, they may be quite interested in developing CDA policy, like mainland China, like Mongolia. They might be in the process of this different stage of this policy development pipeline. So given this kind of diverse situation, it becomes even more important that we have this global network and we use research and evidence to support our policy development. Okay, let me close where we begin with gratitude to our host at MNU, to our Kazakhstan colleagues who build this policy, who build this vision, and all of our international participants who share their expertise and experiences today. Thank you.
Well, let's call it a part of my official duty to say Thank you once again to everyone for joining us today, coming to Kazakhstan, for our brilliant student community, for their passion and interest in this topic. We hope it will help to raise an awareness about a state policy which we already have and quite proud of. So once again, thank you very much. Thank you to WashU, as well, our brilliant partner from the US, and we hope our institutional collaboration will strengthen and will strengthen the ties not only with, in terms of social policy initiatives, but overall between WashU and MNU. Thank you once again. Have a great day, and for our speakers, enjoy the rest of your stay in Astana. Thank you.
네, 완전히.